The world of 2021 is ruled by coffee, and Neo-London goes crazy for it. They say that in this job only two cases matter, the one that breaks you and the one that makes you a real cop. I'm Arthur Oliver, and I'm a private investigator, but I used to be a cop here in Neo-London. I quit 10 years ago. I failed. I hoped I'd never come back here. I read about Richard Kersey's disappearance in the papers on a train journey. Coffee tycoon vanishes, the front page headline of the Neo-London Espresso screamed. For many, Kersey was a wealthy celebrity buffoon, pure envy. They lost contracts and profits to him. They even lost their reputations as he dragged competitors through the courts. And me, I lost a lot more to him. Catherine, my beloved, and his wife. 10 years ago, Richard was involved in a spot of bother. He had a debt. Unfortunately for him, it was Kath who received the demands for payment. Kersey happened to be abroad at the time, totally out of reach. She got scared and tried sorting it out herself, in cash. She asked me for help. I couldn't do it in my official capacity, but I took my gun and set up a sting. It ended tragically. A few days ago, Henry called, Richard's older brother. He sounded down, just like me.
Okay, I know all about it, Arthur. You quit the force, you're still tormented by Kath's murder. Listen, Richard's daughter doesn't have to know anything about you two, nor Richard. But I'm begging you, help me find him. I'll give you a flat to live in, some cash, and a cover story that you're a salesman. Just come, please.
So I'm in Neo-London again. The business with Catherine broke me. So maybe the case with Richard will be the one to make me a real cop again. Richard's disappearance was big news. There was speculation about mafia involvement, either Italian or Yakuza. I think there might be something in that. Little Clarabelle, Richard and Kath's daughter. The last time I saw her was at her mother's funeral. I wanted to comfort her. Now it looks like it's her who wants to comfort me. She's so like her mother, especially her eyes. Can't forget watching the life draining out of Catherine's eyes. On the way to the hotel, Clarabelle told me her father might have been kidnapped by an angry competitor. It's a possibility. Kersey did all sorts of weird deals with even weirder people. Maybe one of them had enough of Richard's caprices. Over the phone, Clarabelle confirmed what Henry had promised. There was a flat and a position as a salesperson in their family business. That was to make investigating easier. Fair enough. Let it be. If that's what the investigation demands, I'll become the best damn salesperson in Neo-London. I'll help Clarabelle with her business. I'll find Richard. I'll find your killer, Kath. I won't let you down twice. Promise.
Dear Arthur, thank you again for agreeing to work on this case in such unusual circumstances. As I mentioned during our last meeting, Uncle Henry and I suspect that one of my father's business partners must be involved in his disappearance, or at least knows something about it. We believe it would be best to work undercover and meet them offering a delivery contract. It's also better that a private investigation will remain as a secret. Check out the instructions I've left you and look around in your office. After that, meet me at my cafe. See you soon. Clarabelle Kersey.
Hello, Miss Clarabelle. The cafe looks great. Really bright, cozy, homely.
Hello. Thanks. The decor was my father's work. He was very careful to create a friendly atmosphere. Please don't call me miss.
Sorry, it's your hairstyle. You look so young, I couldn't help myself. But fine. First names only.
Great. Let's get down to business.
I want to ask about your childhood. I know there are painful memories, but it's important for the case.
All right. I've had time to get some distance on it. How can I help?
Tell me, how you coped after your mother's death.
Well, not too well. Dad hated talking about it. He worked a lot, went away a lot. And me? I remember lying there, crying. Mr. Pensy was with me. He took my temperature, brought me cups of tea. I was alone.
Any friends? School psychologist?
I had this one friend, Amy. She came to cheer me up a couple of times, but I think I wore her out. I was incredibly shy as a child. The school psychologist sent me to a psychiatrist for medication. I was supposed to go there with an adult, but it never happened.
Why? Something changed. Something got better?
Yeah, you could say it was thanks to Mr. Van Haven.
Hold on, I'll write this down. Who was it?
Joseph Van Haven, Dad's friend from college. He and his wife Amanda offered to take care of me, together with his housekeeper. I was to sleep at my home, spend the day with them, mainly with Mrs. Fink, the housekeeper. Dad immediately agreed.
And you? Did you have any say in it?
I was a bit scared at first, but they were really nice. They were like my family. They still are.
Thanks, Clarabelle. That's a lot of help. Can you give me a contact number for Van Haven and Fink? I'd like to ask them a few questions.
Sure, here you go.
Great. Who do you think I should meet first?
Mr. Van Haven. Visit him posing as a sales rep. Sell him some coffee. He's a really nice guy and a good candidate for checking your abilities.
Investigative abilities?
Business and negotiating. Remember that you operate undercover and you must be credible. Only then will investigative skills come in handy.
I know everything now.
Yes, we have to practice contract negotiating. As it happens, I need a fresh delivery. Let's role-play the scene where you offer me a contract. Ready?
Couldn't be readier. Let's start. I think I'm ready. Let's try a negotiation and point out anything I get wrong. And when I recover from that, you can give me some more tips.
Okay, let's begin negotiating.
Can we move on to establishing the terms of the agreement? What does a contract like this look like?
Here's a standard contract. Here, look. Good, that looks acceptable. Be prepared that the client will want to renegotiate the terms here. Assume that they're going to ask for a price lower by this percentage. How are you going to persuade me your offer is already attractive enough?
Let's look at the price in relation to quality. Everything about our coffee's top drawer: taste, aroma, and certification. Coffee like that at a price like this is a real bargain.
Let's assume I will agree for such discount. Every supplier claims his or her coffee is the best. How are you going to support your claims so they don't come across like empty boasts?
Some facts and figures to prove that this discount is a sensible bargain.
There you go, Arthur. That's how you support your credibility and generate client trust. But it would be better if you actually knew some data. For a first go at negotiating, that went pretty well. Let's say I'll sign the contract, but I have one more proposal: the first month's batch for lower price. Agreed?
Okay, it's a reasonably big order, so I guess we can do that.
The client is sure to be happy, but does it still pay for you? Conceding too easily to surprise conditions can cost you a lot.
Okay, you've got me there. I'll remember that.
I think that covers everything. Now it's time to put it into practice, both as a business person and a negotiator. Make sure you swat up on the materials and look at this week's tasks.
Thank you. I'm sure it will all prove helpful in this investigation and in finding your father. See you soon, Clarabelle.
Thanks, Arthur. It means a lot to me. Now it's up to you, and I think you're the last hope I've got.
I should sum up what happened after that meeting. Someone important lives here. That's what the Kersey home seemed to be saying. This is where the investigation begins. Walking in, Clarabelle hugged herself. From the cold? Cute. Clarabelle only slept here, though. After her mother's death, she was taken in by Joseph Van Haven, her father's friend, who treated her like his own daughter. His wife tried. Mostly, though, she left her to the housekeeper, Mrs. Fink. Why did the Van Havens raise the Kersey kid? A friendly favor? Guilt. A servant greeted Clarabelle with a stack of unopened letters. She stuffed them into her bag and went inside. A lot to catch up, I joked, and Clarabelle explained that she no longer lives in the residence with her beloved. I asked for a family photo of the Kerseys. There was an exotic-looking guy in the midst of a sea of pale Brits. Mr. Gabriel was an artist who taught Clarabelle to draw. He looked pretty stiff, probably trying to avoid her dreamy eyes. In the living room, among many works of art, a spot after a taken-down painting drew my attention. It was a peculiar view. Clarabelle told me the painting belonged to her mother. One day Richard simply packed it up and took it to Joseph. Did he want to sell it? Hide it? I didn't get a chance to ask. Clarabelle answered an urgent call and, apologizing, left in a hurry. I went to gather my thoughts. Catherine's death, Richard's disappearance, the unusual arrangements with the Van Havens, that picture. Clarabelle was right. A detective was needed here. But I have my own reason for this. to get Catherine's killer. All in good time. The last lead is Richard's disappearance, perhaps the best-known coffee supplier in London. I'll start by entering into his world. That means turning into a businessman. My first customer will be Richard's old friend and Clarabelle's ward, Joseph Van Haven. Clarabelle gave me his address and phone number. He's an old, experienced trader. I'd better prepare thoroughly. I need to check the investigation board. Now I need to set the new clues and data on the board. Have I assigned all the tasks properly? You're hired. Welcome aboard. So, what's going on in this company? I think that's all I've got for now. Let's see if there are any connections. I think that's all I've got for now. Let's see if there are any connections. A new week, a fresh start. I think that's all I've got for now. Let's see if there are any connections. Have I assigned all the tasks properly? So, what do I have to deal with this week? I think that's all I've got for now. Let's see if there are any connections. Good morning, Mr. Van Haven. Arthur Oliver. I'd like to talk to you about our coffees. Clarabelle Kersey recommended I speak to you. She said she knows you well.
Ah, yes. Welcome. Welcome. Naturally, I was expecting you after Clary phoned. Sweet girl, isn't she?
Lovely. Actually, really lovely, considering what she's been through at such a young age. The stuff about her parents. It's true, isn't it?
Sadly, yes. A terrible, brutal thing for such a child. You see, her parents were friends of mine. After Catherine died and Richard usually been absent, my wife and I did all we can to provide a normal upbringing for her. You've seen yourself how, despite all this, Miss Kersey is doing very well.
Oh, yes, and she's a tough negotiator.
I taught her well. She could always get you to read for one more hour, go for one more walk, or give her a bigger portion. It comes in very useful as an adult, but you don't have all day to listen about the young Kersey girl. Let's take a look at what you've brought with you. I can't wait to see.
Nice photo. From your student days?
Yes, being young is wonderful when the world is your oyster.
You speak as if it's over.
What? You mean I don't look like it? You are a card, Mr. Oliver. Well, I do try to move a bit so as to not become totally desk-bound.
It shows. And the man next to you, isn't that Richard Kersey?
The very same. He was my best friend at university and since. And these are our charming wives. Actually, our fiancés then. Catherine Seeger and Amanda Okote.
You look a close bunch.
We were, then, but life writes strange scenarios. The best of friends can fall out over the silliest things, and other people are worth forgetting.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
I keep the picture to remember the good times. Let's return to the here and now. Mr. Oliver, things are looking up.
We take production very seriously, Mr. Van Haven. Our products meet ISO 35000, and the caffeine levels in our coffee are at the desirable level of 40 milligrams per 100 grams of product. On top of that, we offer innovative, personalized packaging designed to meet the customer's needs. What do you say?
Really, Mr. Oliver? You want to waste your time on all that marketing jargon? It doesn't impress me at all.
Fair enough. My mistake. I wanted to impress you with my professionalism, but I guess it came over a little stiff.
Fair enough. For me, the most important things in business are sincerity, openness, respect, and understanding. When someone fakes it, they put on a mask and the atmosphere is ruined. We're a similar age, we speak the same language, we can reach an understanding. I used to be interested in the effect of different cultures on negotiations. In Japan, there is a need for distance. Don't even dare to look someone in the eye. It's even harder with the Swedes. They're so serious. Oh, this is a good one. Do you know the difference between an introvert Finn and an extrovert one?
I really have no idea.
The first, throughout the whole conversation, looks at his shoes. The second looks at yours. It's a good one, isn't it?
Well, you can learn so much from visiting a client. But anyway, to get back to the aim of my visit, can we discuss the deal?
But of course, I was rambling, but you have to admit, it's a fascinating aspect of business. Your proposal exceeds my current capabilities. I suggest we cut the delivery charges or just lower the product cost to compensate them. The price on the contract will then be lower by this percentage. That's a sensible concession, and I really can't offer any more than that.
That's too high a price for such a new company like mine, Mr. Van Haven. The market is saturated, and that's why we want to compete on quality, not price. When you were starting out, would you have agreed to these terms?
Unfortunately, yes, I would. My first contract was a disaster, but I thought that was the way it was. It's difficult at the beginning, but don't lose heart. Solid arguments can soften the heart of even the hardest businessmen. Do you have any?
Of course. Above all, our quality. I already agreed to such unfavorable terms just to get someone to even talk to me. But we've got some problems with liquidity at the moment. It often happens with new businesses, often not through their own fault.
Ah, well, I see. Thanks for your honesty, Mr. Oliver. Do be careful who you share information about your company with, though, especially among those in the branch. So then, what would you say to this offer?
You're a really tough bargainer. Okay, I'll agree to a small reduction. What would you say to this discount?
Okay, I agree. You worked me hard, but I think the prospects for collaboration look interesting. Let's sum up what we've established and sign the forms.
I should sum up what happened after that meeting. Van Haven's a good businessman. He welcomed me like an old friend and led me past the pictures. Clients were supposed to see signs of Joseph's education and worth. But me? I spotted a young, cocky Richard with my Catherine. She had no idea what she had coming. The other woman was Amanda Van Haven. It must have been through their being two young married couples at the same time that Richard and Joseph became such close buddies. Joseph watched as I examined the photos. He smiled, apparently at the memories. He'd played this scene out hundreds of times. He told the story of what a close bunch they were, until the girls fell out over a trifle. What trifle? It's not even worth mentioning, nor anyone else, he added. Was he talking about the third woman in the picture? It puzzled me. Catherine never mentioned a conflict with Joseph's wife, Amanda Van Haven. And I never asked. I was, too busy falling in love with Kat. What trifle broke their long-term friendship? I wanted to ask after the negotiations. The telephone interrupted us. The call was from George McFowle with an urgent matter. Joseph chuckled. Another golden opportunity. And lifted the receiver. He pointed to his watch. It looked like it was going to be a long call. I nodded, gestured I'd give him a call, and left. It wasn't a good meeting. Van Haven kept talking right over me. On purpose? Or was he taking pity on me? Am I really that bad a salesperson? Regardless, he didn't tell me anything new about Richard's disappearance. At least he bought some coffee, though. Still, he seemed too cheerful to me as for someone whose close friend had gone missing recently. Or maybe they were friends in the past tense, just as he worded it by chance during our talk. One more thing was still troubling me. That missing painting from the Kersey's living room. Did its disappearance have anything to do with the case? And why did Richard take it to Joseph? Clarabelle might know the answers. I rang and asked her. She thought the painting was a memento from the founder of the family, Shallard Kersey, 18th century. Why did it get sent to Joseph? She didn't know. So back to Van Haven. I called, pretending to be the Kersey's lawyer. Mr. Van Haven, I've been instructed by Clarabelle Kersey to draw up an inventory of the family's works of art. He bought it, so I asked. If he still had Richard's painting, he muttered something about calling back and hung up. Why? Joseph's reaction suggested the painting was a good lead. I need to check it out discreetly. I'm curious about the other blonde in the photo. Why did the jovial Van Haven avoid mentioning her? Perhaps I'd get to ask her soon myself. Case closed for today. Time to get my head round the supplies for the new contract. I need to check the investigation board. Now I need to set the new clues and data on the board. This is a good lead, but the information may cost me a lot. Good morning, Mrs. Fink.
Good day, Mr. Oliver.
I'm very grateful you found time to meet me today.
Well, it wasn't easy. But I also have a fish to fry here.
Excellent. Let's get down to brass tacks then.
By all means.
Mr. Van Haven has this photo on his desk from his studies, I think. There's a fabulous blonde in it. Who is she?
Fabulous? I don't know who it could be.
But you must...
Perhaps you mean Britt Damolkvist. I don't know her number, but you might find it in the phone book.
I know Richard Kersey and Mr. Van Haven were friends.
Pfft, maybe they were once.
But their wives? Did Catherine Kersey and Amanda Van Haven get on well?
Them? I think they tried to maintain a level of decorum, in spite of everything.
Was there any conflict between them?
Nothing they ever mentioned. But before Kersey disappeared, there was that strange incident with the picture.
Picture?
Oh, forgive me. I was miles away. I worry an awful lot about how terribly expensive everything is getting. This damn government should be run out of office. Don't you agree?
Financially, I don't think you should have anything to worry about.
Very well. Shortly after his wife's death, Kersey brought Mr. Van Haven a picture. It was purportedly a family heirloom. Priceless.
Interesting. What happened?
Kersey was afraid of something. He asked for the painting to be looked after. Mr. Van Haven agreed at first. But then, you know how it is.
No. How is it?
Just think about it. Her husband never liked art. Then all of a sudden there's an enormous painting hanging in the living room. He suddenly got interested in interior design. You understand? Mrs. Van Haven is a smart woman. She was suspicious from the get-go.
I presume Mr. Haven didn't stand a chance.
Men never do, Mr. Oliver. He admitted he was only looking after the painting as a favour to Kersey. And when he mentioned what it was worth, and that it belonged to Catherine...
Poor guy.
Well, Mrs. Van Haven was furious. You could see that such an ostentatious reminder of a dead woman upset her. She ordered her husband to get rid of it immediately. Immediately!
So what became of the painting?
First, Mr. Van Haven tried to return it, but Kersey wouldn't hear of it. He said that, after Catherine's death, he couldn't have the painting in the house.
But Mr. Van Haven had to listen to his wife, didn't he?
He did, and the painting disappeared. I don't know what became of it.
Mrs. Fink, you're priceless.
It would be rude to deny.
Mrs. Fink, is there anything else you want to tell me about? A clue or a piece of evidence that might help crack the Kersey case?
There is something, but the information will cost you.
I'm ready for that.
That photo you saw in Mr. Van Haven's office. Or rather, its print.
Go on.
This is it. Do you know whose face has been scraped off it?
Wait. That's Catherine Kersey, isn't it? Signed Viper.
Precisely.
Where did you get it?
From Mrs. Van Haven's personal album. She thinks she lost it, but won't ask the staff, of course. Keeping a photo like that would be a little strange, to say the least.
You mentioned it might cost me. How much for the photo?
That's why I met you. I want this much for it.
That's fine by me, Mrs. Fink. That's a fair price. And if it leads me to Kersey, it will even be a noble act.
Do you have any idea how much I paid at the hairdresser's last time? I've had the same style for 20 years, and they tried to rip me off like some naive tourist.
That's scandalous, Mrs. Fink. Allow me to cover the costs of your next visit.
And the colouring? I can't look like I was getting old now.
Of course, the coloring too. Will that do it?
It'll have to. I'm not a beggar, Mr. Oliver.
It never crossed my mind, Mrs. Fink.
Good luck, Mr. Oliver. That is all I have for you. Farewell.
I need to check the investigation board. This is a good lead, but the information may cost me a lot. Another report. Hope there's some good news. Someone placed an order. The deal isn't great, but it's a chance for some extra cash. Now I need to set the new clues and data on the board. That's it. Some great deduction skills, Oliver. No. This won't work. No. This won't work. I think these are all the connections. I still need to move the investigation further and get more clues. New week, a fresh start. Someone place an order. The deal isn't great, but it's a chance for some extra cash. I think these are all the connections. I still need to move the investigation further and get more clues. This is a good lead, but the information may cost me a lot. Good morning, Mr. Pensy. Can I begin by saying that whatever is said will remain between us?
I'm glad to hear it, Mr. Oliver. We don't want any gossip. It could hurt the Kerseys.
Kerseys? You meant to say Miss Clarabelle, right?
I'm sure that Mr. Richard will return. If he isn't found, it's only because he doesn't want to be.
And yet, that's exactly what Miss Clarabelle hired me for, to find her father.
Which only goes to show she doesn't believe in his death either. Personally, I think this whole investigation is unnecessary, but I'm proud of the little lady. In hiring you, she behaved like a Kersey.
Mrs. Fink mentioned that after Catherine's death, Richard gave Joseph a picture to look after. Apparently, it stirred up a heap of trouble.
That old tart. She spoke to you. That's how she treats professional secrecy.
You know the story?
The picture? I do. There was a bit of a fuss.
Good. Tell me all about it.
What do you want to know?
How large is the picture?
Quite large. About a square metre or so? It was intended to attract attention, and it did an excellent job.
I see. What is it of?
The Kerseys' first coffee plantation, the one in Guyana, from where the family's fortune derives, or at least what's left of it when Mr. Richard returns.
Aha, so the picture shows a coffee harvest.
Yes, I suppose so.
I'm all ears, Mr. Pensy. What is this information?
Someone else may be looking for the picture, Mr. Oliver. It is important to me that Mr. Richard doesn't lose his family heirloom.
And so that's why he wanted to store it at the Van Havens, to protect it from theft.
So I suspect.
I see. Who else wants it?
The person in question is most likely George MacPhail. He asked me once if I knew anything about the story connected with the painting. He's an acquaintance of Mr. Richard since way back when. He's an interesting type, if I can describe him so.
Why would he be looking for it? Selling a well-known picture like that means you're almost sure to get caught.
Sell it? No, not at all. You see, this is no ordinary picture.
What do you mean?
Mr. Richard appreciates fine alcohol, if you get my drift. Mr. MacPhail, too. One evening, they appreciated some whiskey so enthusiastically they woke me up. I went to ask if everything was all right, and it was then when I heard Mr. Richard say, apparently the picture holds a secret.
So the picture may be more than just a keepsake. That's a puzzle.
We do not need to solve it, Mr. Oliver. Please, just get the picture back. When Mr. Richard returns, I want him to see I've looked after the family's interests.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pensy.
Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Oliver.
I need to check the investigation board. Now I need to set the new clues and data on the board. Should I move the investigation forward or wait and make some more cash instead? I got back late today. I poured a glass and turned on the TV. It wasn't a good idea.
Breaking news. Joseph Van Haven, the coffee entrepreneur, has been reported missing. Just like recently another coffee supplier and close friend of his, Richard Kersey, was. Maybe someone will start looking for them before we run out of coffee here in London. What are the police doing? All I see is them standing in line outside the Black Mug. Can't the Kerseys afford a private investigation? I thought they were rich.
Van Haven? First, he hangs up when asked about the painting. Now, he disappears. He can't be hiding from me. If he's in hiding. If he's even still alive. I've got to make headway with this case. Funny thing, it seems that this investigation will need me to make and spend a lot of money to get anywhere near the truth. Going bankrupt with the company means the end of the investigation. Where the hell is that sly dog Richard? Whose toe did he step on? Did he willingly abandon his daughter in Neo-London for good? Is it one of those cases where the truth is hidden and tangled in a decades-old web spined by guilt, hate, money, and broken promises, or badly ended friendships?
Dear Arthur, I hope you don't have too much trouble with all this managing and selling coffee stuff. It's a crazy idea, but it may work. I've heard you're already winning the trust of the coffee entrepreneurs Richard has worked with. I know Clarabelle has given you all the needed information. Forgive me for not contributing more, but I prefer to keep my head down due to present circumstances. I've also heard on TV about Joseph missing. Did you talk to Clarabelle about it? She must be devastated, as Joseph was more like a father to her. Sadly speaking, contrary to Richard, she could always count on Van Haven. I'm sure the same bastards are behind Joseph's disappearance. He was Richard's only friend, after all. I fear even more for my brother, and now also for Clarabelle. I know I'm asking you for another favour, but I'm begging you, keep an eye on her and be careful who you trust. In this corrupt city, everyone has their own fishy issues. Stay on your guard, and good luck. Henry Kersey.
So, what's going on in this company? I think that's all I've got for now. Let's see if there are any connections. So, what's going on in this company? You really deserved this bonus. Someone place an order. The deal isn't great, but it's a chance for some extra cash. If I go bankrupt, my investigation is over. Another report. Hope there's some good news. Good morning. My name's Arthur Oliver. We're launching a new type of coffee onto the market and offering preferential terms to those who partner with us first. I heard you're open to various initiatives, so I thought you might be interested in doing business with us.
Oliver, not Olivier. Like the marvelous Laurence Olivier.
Excuse me, who?
You're joking, surely. Laurence Olivier was the greatest British actor and a close personal friend of mine. We worked together at the Grand Theatre in London. Have you ever been there?
Well, to be honest, my cultural life has been suffering a bit lately due to all this coffee business.
But that's a grave error, Mr. Olivier. Without culture and art, we'd be nothing but machines for counting money.
But you won't get into the theatre without money, though, will you?
Any friend of mine will always have a place found for them. Perhaps I'll find one for you too. If your offer interests me, of course. So, why don't you give it a go?
I'm sure you know all the things I've heard about you. Bursting with ideas, a man of culture, a complete businessman.
I may have. You know, I'm not so vain as to listen to everything other people say about me. I'm curious who it was lavishing all this praise on me, though.
Mr. Van Haven, for one. I met him not long ago.
Ah, good old Joseph. Our friendship began when I was able to help him out with his business, you know.
Just as I thought. After all, you have such vast experience in business and so many contacts.
I'm sure you'd like to avail yourself of him, eh?
Who wouldn't? But seriously, I wanted to ask you about something else. Did you ever meet my boss's brother? Did you know Richard Kersey?
Of course. You ask as if Richard was already dead. It is possible, I suppose. He was certainly the most high-profile of the Curses. But even if he's off the scene, the family legend won't end just like that.
Legend?
Yes, that fairy tale about the shaman coffee. You must have heard about it.
No, I really haven't heard the tale. Could you tell me it?
But of course, for thousands of years, the shaman of Guyana have been captivating a variety of black coffee. A variety so powerful, it puts you in touch with the spirits of your forebears. In the age of great explorers, Shillard Kersey brought this coffee to Europe. People went crazy for it, or from it, or over it. Who knows? But that particular variety was banned, and forbidden fruit tastes sweeter.
Wow, your interpretation is so good, I almost want to believe it.
It is, isn't it? And yet, it's a lot of nonsense. 300-year-old marketing, that's all.
And yet, that's precisely what we're talking about. Doesn't that prove the effectiveness of the Kerseys?
Their arrogance, more like. The conviction that they are something special. Richard told me the tale is a legend, but it was obvious he wanted to believe it.
Thanks. That's an interesting observation.
All my observations are.
Mr. McFowle, allow me to get down to business. The coffee I'd like to offer you is top-quality beans roasted by experts at the optimum temperature of 270 degrees. That temperature means that...
My patience has gone up in smoke, that's for sure. Heavens above, Mr. Oliver. We're speaking about coffee, an almost divine elixir for many. I appreciate your knowledge and your professionalism, but please, try another argument.
Forgive me, my mistake. It wasn't the most creative of openings, quite banal. The more so that I had been told you were the master of unusual and creative business chat.
If we're speaking of creativity and avoiding the banal, you reminded me of my youth and my beginnings in the theatre. You should have seen what I got up to back then. We went out into the streets, we wanted to change the world and disagreed with everything on principle. Yes, those were the days. People with a passion, devoting all their energy to a single goal. A team. But one that was created out of nothing, out of a shared idea. We were a force for change in the theatre world. Different opinions combining as one, becoming impossible to ignore.
Mr. McFowle, a team like that would be worth its weight in gold in business. Bold, joint thinking for a cause is fundamental to any project. I could tell you about my experiences with teamwork, but I don't want to take up your time, and we have important business to discuss.
You see, sir, it's like this with me. Sometimes it's good if someone brings me back down to earth. Of course, let's get down to business. I'm very interested in what you have to offer. Seems to me we view business in the same way, and my intuition is rarely wrong in these matters. You've kept me talking, Mr. Oliver. Any more, my train will have vanished like my dreams of acting. I need to catch it, so let's get to the point. Give me a better price and we can sign. How far can you come down?
It's hard for me to talk about a product this good as if it were a sack of potatoes. I've not been in business long, but I know what I'm talking about. This coffee is a revelation. No pre-ground processed goods, weird blends of marketing fairy tales about beans from sunny Guatemala. Just one sip is better than any sunshine.
So you think you're an expert, eh? Have you heard of the theory bad money drives out good?
We'll get to the money. Talking about quality, though, products today are all just elements of a specific lifestyle, and we want to take advantage of that. Have you heard that the Chinese are adding birds' nests to their coffee? In Korea, on the other hand,
They're as remote as you are to signing a contract. To business. Have you been following the weather in Brazil? It's been a very good year, so the market is sure to be flooded. Increased supply means lower prices. All that means I expect this kind of discount.
Mr. McFowl, now who's going off on a flight of fancy? Let's get back to some serious negotiating. Right here, in London. I can offer you this discount.
It's hard for me to remain serious when you start talking about coffee with cuckoo's nests, Oliver. I value your enthusiasm, though, so I'll cut you a deal. I'll settle for this discount.
That's a big discount, Mr. McFowl, and right now I can't afford it. This is already a great discount for coffee of this quality.
You're a talented actor, and not a bad spectator either, Oliver. Of course, you sensed I was reaching my limit. Well, I wouldn't want to disappoint you, especially if we're to become partners. Drop to this discount and we're done.
The acting lesson has been more than enough. Let's sign and start tearing up the London coffee market. I should sum up what happened after that meeting. I think that's all I've got for now. Let's see if there are any connections. The Legend of the Coffee Fortune. So, McFowl is also telling the Kersey's fairy tales. He gave me the slip, and the contract was wrapped up by his secretary. Very glamorous. Her name's Lori. Glamorous Lori heard the mention of Van Haven. He's the boss's pal. The boss warned him about that, you know. That Kersey construction? She meant the pyramid scheme. Damn you, Kersey. I took the contract and went after McFowl. He did say he'd help Joseph in his business. He saved him from Richard's dodgy deal, so they all know one another. Okay, but why did McFowl warn Joseph? He looks and talks like a pretty good con man himself. Suddenly, I heard him. Whoever he was talking to, he was pretty pissed off. I tried to catch what it was about. Did you see that article? People are talking about it again. It was written by Baptiste. We have to act fast. McFowl hung up. I watched as he disappeared on the train to another deal of a lifetime. For him, at least. I tried calling the number last dialed, but unfortunately, George's interlocutor didn't want to pick up the receiver. I arranged a meeting with Henry to ask him about Richard's pyramid scheme. If his brother had been behind it, Henry must have known. He did know, of course. They dreamt up the swindle together. To begin with, it went pretty well. But greed got the better of them, and in court they were buried by an anonymous witness. Who? The Kersey's family contacts pointed to Britt, the other blonde from the photo. Why did Britt rat on him and Richard? Her friend from uni. Time to pay her a visit. I need to check the investigation board. This is a good lead, but the information may cost me a lot. Now I need to set the new clues and data on the board. No, this won't work. No, this won't work. No. This won't work. If I go bankrupt, my investigation is over. I don't trust banks, but this money will help. If I go bankrupt, my investigation is over. This is a good lead. Hi, Gus. You know who this is?
Hi? Is that Hank? Hank Loomey?
Arthur Oliver. How could you confuse us?
Oh, boy, Arthur! Oh, sorry, mate. It's been a long time. How's tricks?
Very briefly, no wife, no kids, in a foreign country, and with a troublesome past. I'm on a case in London.
Oh,
Yeah, precisely. Look, I know you've retired, and I don't want to drag you into this. I was only thinking that your computer-like brain might not have totally erased all the data from Scotland Yard.
that's classified material, Arthur. If you ask about it, I'll have to hang up.
No, chill out. I mean information that was in the public sphere, and only slightly police-related. You had it all.
Okay, shoot. As long as it's nothing sensitive, I might be able to help.
I came across this guy, name of George McFowle. You know anything about him?
Listen, Arthur, I've always liked you, and I want to help, but you need to give me a little more.
Well, this McFowle...
No, that's not what I mean. You need to give me a little more. Get it?
Ah, I see. You still like whiskey?
Do I? Apart from Margot, my tomatoes, and the horses, it's the only thing keeping me alive.
Oh, I'm sure you wouldn't say no to a nice bottle of 25-year-old Johnny Walker.
Great! So, what were you asking again? McFowle, of course I do. What do you want to know?
Was he mixed up in the Catherine Kersey murder? I don't have access to the case files.
Case, you say?
What do you mean?
Imagine the scene. A boy beats up a girl on school grounds so badly the headmaster has to react. The parents are afraid and are worried about the hooligan. Then his father enters the fray, an important type, wealthy, wants to sort things out. So he pays for a few things, a new playground, some holidays for the poorer kids. The bruises heal, the affair dies down.
The hooligan was Richard Kersey? A friend of his. Wait, the father was Lionel Kersey? He wanted to hush it up?
You're breaking up, Arthur.
Okay, I get it. And what about McFowle? Is he anywhere in the case notes?
If I remember well, no. Maybe they had nothing on him? He's a wily old fox.
What do you mean?
The guy is well known in London. Supposedly a businessman, but he's a chancer. He opens 5 businesses, 4 close within 6 months, and so on year after year. Lots of his partners have tried to pin something on him, but apart from the first time round, nothing sticks.
First time?
McFowle has been doing his business from the very beginning. For one scam, he was fired. Museum or a theatre, I don't quite recall. I do remember, though, that the papers wrote about his hysterics in court. It was a bit of an affair in the 80s. You'll find out about it easily enough.
Is that all?
Oh, I'm sure it's not. After all, I was in homicide, whereas the only thing McFowle killed was a series of businesses. Fraud Squad is another division. Different people. Not for me.
Thanks, Gus. You've helped me a lot. I never thanked you for helping me, Gus. Back there in the port. It was you who found me, wasn't it?
Give it a rest, Arthur. There's nothing to talk about. Kersey died on the spot.
I called you from the hospital. Some woman said you'd gone out for a moment to the garage and would be back soon.
No way! Jill told me someone had called, but that they didn't leave a number. It was you!
Damn it, Gus. You remember even details like that? You took hundreds of calls.
I remember July 16th, 2010, Arthur, in its entirety. It was my last day at work. I went down to the garage to hand over Mrs. Kersey's key to some uniformed officers, the one we seized at the park as evidence. They were to take it to the Kersey place, because, apart from the painting in the boot, we didn't find a thing. Case closed.
Uh-huh. Picture, you said?
Yes. Was it important?
No, I don't think so. All I know is the Kerseys had some family paintings. It was wrapped up, you say. Did you see what it was of?
It showed a landscape of a coffee plantation harvest time or something like that. It was wrapped up like a present. You think it was for someone at the docks?
I'll try to find out. Thanks, Gus. Thanks for everything. I need to check the investigation board. Now I need to set the new clues and data on the board. I think that's all I've got for now. Let's see if there are any connections. If I go bankrupt, my investigation is over. You're fired. Sorry. I think that's all I've got for now. Let's see if there are any connections. Have I assigned all the tasks properly? A new week, a fresh start. I think that's all I've got for now. Let's see if there are any connections. That's it. Some great deduction skills, Oliver. No. This won't work. No. This won't work. I think that's all I've got for now. Let's see if there are any connections. No. This won't work. If I go bankrupt, my investigation is over. I don't trust banks, but this money will help. Another report. Hope there's some good news. Good morning, Miss Gamelqvist. Arthur Oliver. We're meeting to talk about coffee supplies. What of you? You must be able to see the whole of London when the weather's like it is today.
Good morning, Mr. Oliver. You see more from above. That's how I like it. What are you here to offer me?
You have the same photo.
The same?
I saw it in Joseph Van Haven's office.
Oh, really?
Yes, he was extremely concerned about Richard's disappearance.
That's touching. He managed to tell you that before he himself went missing.
It does make you think. It's true. And what do you think about Kersey's disappearance?
I have no idea, Mr. Oliver. Doing business with the Kerseys can be both profitable and destructive, in numerous ways. Maybe Richard got under someone's skin again.
Did you have any bad business with him?
Richard had a lot of crazy ideas after we graduated.
Is that how you met? Student business?
What does that have to do with anything, Mr. Oliver? Are you selling coffee or leading an investigation?
Forgive me, just curious. I like to know. It makes it easier to make the right decision.
And what decision of yours has anything to do with knowing about me and Kersey?
Well, for example, not to irritate you with such questions. Okay, let's talk about coffee.
Okay, we were introduced by Amanda, now Mrs. Van Haven. Now, what about that coffee?
I do like your bracelet. That snake, is it a symbol of eternity?
I wish. It was a present from an old friend.
Well, good luck then.
What for?
That you renew that friendship. If you're still wearing it, there's still hope, right?
That's nice, Mr. Oliver. Thanks.
This brand grew out of our passion for coffee. We have a young team, but with a lot of experience in the industry. Our philosophy is one of ideal coffee packaged as the customer wishes.
And so the lecture begins. If I don't stop you now, you'll waste a whole 5 minutes. What's worse, you'll waste my 5 minutes. Please cut to the chase.
Before we enter into an agreement, I'd like to know about the precise guidelines concerning supplies. We like to consider everything in advance. It makes our lives a lot easier and frees you up from overseeing a new partner.
I like your approach. Anything that makes life easier is welcome. I should warn you, though, that there will still be the occasional spot check.
Naturally, it's always good to make a good first impression. Otherwise, how could we then strengthen them?
We shall see, Mr. Oliver. We shall see.
Miss Gameltvist, if the Sarote brand is built on specialists as good as you are, its success is scarcely surprising. I hope I get the chance to learn from watching how you work.
Sorote's success is, above all, based on a good plan and persistence in carrying it out. Of course, having the right people is key, both in-house as well as business partners. That's a subject for a different discussion, though. Let's discuss the contract. Your offer is extremely interesting, Mr. Oliver. Interesting enough for me to, as an exception, offer you a small starting bonus. What would you say to receiving priority in our supply schedule? All I need is this discount.
Thanks. I'm sure that's an advantage for companies that don't deliver on time, and I know that that's very important for Sarote. But we always deliver on time, so it doesn't really offer us much, so I can't give such a large discount. Now, if we were talking about this discount.
I've taken the liberty of checking how well you meet your deadlines. I'll say this, it's not bad, but you're only just starting out and there's little to measure you against. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, though, because late deliveries are a nightmare for logistics. So, I'll come down to this discount.
I totally understand you. Our previous team leader was an Italian who had a strange approach to timekeeping. Now, we don't tolerate any funny business. Delivering on time is fundamental in such a dynamic market. Anyway, back to the topic. This is a good discount, and I'd like to stick at that.
Small companies happily tolerate more chaotic individuals. We operate like a Swiss watch. If any of the cogs doesn't fit, we change it. You're still an unknown, so I won't invest with less than this discount.
Your caution's admirable but unnecessary in this case. Did you read the last issue of Coffee Trade News? In the interview with the owner of the Old Street Cafe, we're named as one of their key suppliers. I don't see why we shouldn't also become a key supplier to Sarote. I'll offer this discount on this contract.
I knew you were going to mention that, because I read Coffee Trade News regularly. Okay, I can accept that. I think, though, that as a partner to the best chain in town, a slight increase in discount to this would be more like it.
We can make better use of it. Old Street is open to new ideas and Frank's looking for unique products. All we have to do is see to the original packaging. We'll put the product in small imitation jute sacks. We'll see to the promotion, and you get this discount.
If I ever drink coffee in town, it's there. Frank's opinion and my own taste is enough to commend your idea to me. There isn't enough of this type of local thinking in Sarote. Let's do it.
I should sum up what happened after that meeting. Britt wasn't talkative, but I have one or two facts. She was the last to join the group of friends from uni. She confirmed the bad opinion of Richard and the Kerseys in general. You could get rich with him, but you could also rapidly lose a lot. For some reason, she wasn't keen on Joseph. She didn't even mention Amanda and Catherine. On greeting her, I spotted her bracelet with the engraving. In the small heart by the snake were the initials R.K., I think. A present from an old friend? I don't doubt it. We spoke briefly, because Britt was weighing her words. I had the feeling she knew a lot more, but wasn't ready to open up. As I was standing by the door, someone phoned her. I discreetly slowed my pace. The mother's nurse, Britt's mother, wanted to tell her about some disturbing symptoms. But I was more intrigued by the RK on Britt's bracelet. Did it refer to Richard? Perhaps they'd had an affair. Who would know? I decided it was worth asking Clarabelle. She was shocked. But she wasn't having any of it. That's impossible. Would Britt have then testified against my father? Precisely. Would she? The file was classified, and Clarabelle didn't remember the details of the case. Perhaps I should ask Britt's mother. It's a long shot, but if I can persuade the nurse to let me in, I could ask the old lady about her daughter and Richard. Nothing doing. A servant told me Britt's mother was in an old people's home. Chestnut and Oak Hall has the top specialists in senile dementia. She let me in, though, and when I stopped near the old lady's dressing table, she said, "Can you believe it? You can still smell her favorite coffee-scented cosmetics." That gave me an idea. I bought a standard set of Cofiel. And made my way to meet Auntie Gamelkvist. A banknote discreetly hidden in the palm of my hand was enough. For security to realize we were related. She'll be very pleased to see you. That's what I'm counting on. I need to check the investigation board. Now I need to set the new clues and data on the board. No, this won't work. No, no. This won't work. That's it. Some great deduction skills, Oliver. I think that's all I've got for now. Let's see if there are any connections. That's it. Some great deduction skills, Oliver. This is a good lead, but the information may cost me a lot. This is a good lead, but the information may cost me a lot. Good morning, Mrs. Gammelquist. How do you feel today?
Good, thank you. I'm still dry. Let's go and have some tea. You're wearing a strange overcoat, son. Do I know your voice?
Sorry, but I'm not one of the nurses. My name's Arthur Oliver, and I'm a friend of your daughter, Britt.
Really? So why did you ask? Never mind. Why are you here? Oliver, you say?
Yes, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions. But first, please accept this small present. Apparently, they're your favorite cosmetics?
I can't stand them. Ever since Kersey... Hold on. Hold on. Richard? Is that you? This is too much. You steal my daughter, break her heart, and now you're here pretending to be a nurse to change her mother's incontinence pads. Security!
Calm down, Mrs. Gammelquist, please. I'll only take 5 minutes of your time. It's very important for me.
Of course it is, you bounder. Your business always came first. What's this all about?
It's very nice here. Lots of staff, very few guests. The park is beautiful. Can I ask how much it costs to stay here?
Did I hear you right? Aren't you satisfied with robbing my daughter?
What are you talking about?
Don't make an even bigger fool of yourself, Richie. All three of you should have rotted in jail for that pyramid scheme. If I'd listened to Britt, then I'd have lost my life savings.
I can try to give back at least part of the money.
You can try? You're lucky I can't get up off this lounger. Poor girl. You robbed her and took advantage of her. You never had any intention of getting divorced, did you?
Well, I did think about it, but I was between a rock and a hard place.
Yes, of course. You were being blackmailed. By whom? Your wife? Your mafia friends? Go to hell, Richie. You're just raising my blood pressure. What more do you want?
Mrs. Gammelquist.
You've worn me out, Richie. I'm not as understanding as Brit. I'll call security, and they'll throw you out of here.
Hang on, I have a couple more questions. Maybe I could do something for you in return.
If you put it like that, my partner at bridge has a small problem. His family is behind with the payments for staying here. 1 or 2 months. Sort it out. Discreetly, though. You're good at that.
Consider it done. Can I ask you some more?
Go on.
You remember the bracelet I gave to Britt?
Stop asking me if I remember. I remember everything, including that hideous gleaming snake. The ideal present from another snake. When I get back from my holiday, I'll take it straight to the pawn shop.
That won't be easy, because Britt still wears it. Why?
That's a lie. She doesn't wear it. It's to remember what a rogue you were.
She still has feelings for me, doesn't she?
Of course she does. Contempt and disgust. You dumped her, remember? My wonderful daughter. What of it, that you were married? That Catherine was nothing compared to my Brit.
I'm sorry for what happened. I don't want to hurt your daughter again. She's a wonderful woman. She deserves to be happy.
But not with you, Sonny.
I've changed, Mrs. Gammelquist. I'm alone, and I want to start anew. Do you think perhaps I have any chances with Brett?
You've changed. You're a liar and a rascal, Richie. Thank you for visiting me. This island has few flights. Now, get out of here. I've had enough of you.
I need to check the investigation board. Now I need to set the new clues and data on the board. No, this won't work. You're hired. Welcome aboard. I think that's all I've got for now. Let's see if there are any connections. So, what do I have to deal with this week? Someone place an order. The deal isn't great, but it's a chance for some extra cash. I think that's all I've got for now. Let's see if there are any connections. That's it. Some great deduction skills, Oliver. That's it. Some great deduction skills, Oliver. I think these are all the connections. I still need to move the investigation further and get more clues. Another report. Hope there's some good news. You're hired. Welcome aboard. So, what's going on in this company? I think these are all the connections. I still need to move the investigation further and get more clues. I think these are all the connections. I still need to move the investigation further. If I go bankrupt, my investigation is over. I don't trust banks, but this money will help. A new week, a fresh start. Good morning, Mr. Chantorp. I'm so sorry I was late. The taxi driver knows Bombay like the back of his hand, but London is still new to him.
Don't worry, Mr. Oliver. Please, sit down. Cigarette?
Well, I was trying to quit, but is that Partagas?
But of course.
Well, I can make an exception for a cigar. It's a fine way to celebrate signing a new contract.
We shall see, Arthur. We shall see. Let's be on first name terms. Sorry, Arthur. This'll only take a moment. Maxie, there you are. Book me a table for 2 at Notre Flamme at 6. You got that? And send Coralie some red roses with a note, missing you, B. The courier should just catch her at work. You got that? With an X at the end. It's a French surname, Moreau. Oh, add to the note that a chauffeur will be there for her at 6. And sort that out, too.
Could I ask about your investigation into the Kerseys?
It's water under the bridge as far as I'm concerned. All you need to know is that if they get angry, they'll even have their former colleagues investigated.
Ah, so you weren't the only one.
No. After getting the sack, I had a lot of time on my hands, and I had a little sniff around them. I know that Richard accused his daughter's teacher, a young painter, of destroying a family heirloom.
Wow, sounds like a nasty business.
It was. Though it never got into the papers, the man had to flee the country. It was clear he was never going to get a fair trial. The Kersey's friends made sure of that.
I'm not so sure, Baptiste. I've heard a lot of things about Richard, but in your tales he comes across almost as a mafioso.
Oh, no, it's not as bad as that. He's just a bit of an arsehole. No more, no less. All right, let's get back to business, shall we?
You studied journalism, didn't you?
That's right.
It's interesting your diploma is on display. I mean, we're not in a newsroom. Unusual career path.
You could put it like that. Journalism was my passion. I dreamt of winning a Pulitzer.
What happened?
Richard Kersey. I was investigating the family's murky history and their fortunes. I wanted to expose the legendary blend, uncover the truth behind their success, which wasn't based on hard graft. They weren't too happy about it.
Fair enough, but what could they do about it? Demand an apology?
You're not from these parts, are you, Arthur? The Kerseys have a lot of influence. One call and I was out of a job. Second call and no one in the media in London had touched me.
Incredible.
But true. But they've underestimated me. Before long, I shall beat the Kerseys with their own weapon, coffee. Any day now, and my blends will be the most popular you can buy.
Let's get down to business then. I've spent a year in a coffee roasting plant with 1 month as a waiter observing customer reactions. I'm an experienced manager and I know how to take care of the product. I can offer you a coffee which will attract every celebrity in town to the Black Mug. Your mom's fave actor, the latest Korean boy band, hell, even the Queen herself.
How quaint. But they already come. My clientele doesn't come for coffee they can get anywhere else. Nobody asks for the Kersey's coffees or, forgive me, the third-rate dishwater from external suppliers. I create all of our coffees and know perfectly well what the next coffee chart topper will be.
Chart topper? Tell me more.
Totally new brand. Premium quality at an affordable price. Simply a new standard, and after that, no one will drink ordinary coffee again.
Uh-huh. You know, that could be an advert for, well, anything.
Well, clearly. I can't help but get emotional, but okay. It involves a brand new aroma. After all, the sense of smell is responsible for 30% of the taste, isn't it?
Your figures are dated. As far as I'm aware, it's even as much as 90%.
Well, forgive me. It's just a little test. Now, I know that you appreciate my little idea. We've developed a new aroma which is almost addictive. The recipe's a secret. It's expensive to produce, but we'll corner the market. In only a few years, we'll be the only ones left standing.
An addictive aroma. Fantastic idea. I'm wondering how that could develop.
The best way is through personalization. Choose your taste of addiction. Not bad, huh?
Sure, not bad. You mentioned production costs, though. Perhaps I could reduce them. For example, I could offer you a constant supply of beans at an attractive price.
No, I don't think so. Production of the new blend is in progress. What exactly can you offer me? Shall we go to the cafe? Being in my company will instantly improve your reputation. Yesterday, the chief editor of What's New magazine was here. He's always droning on about something special. You know, people like that always need something extra. I can understand that. I'm exactly the same. So, what kind of discount can you offer me, Arthur?
A good contract for the best beans in London. Combine it with that addictive aroma, and boom! We've got the best coffee of all time. I'm impressed. The only thing is the costs. How much do we have to pay for it?
Next to nothing. And that's where my genius lies. The aroma costs less than £1 a portion, and the customers won't even notice the increase. So given all that, this discount will soon pay for itself.
A change in the classic coffee flavor demands beans of the highest quality, and we do offer those to everyone. But for your aroma, we need to roast them the right way. That's an extra cost, so the highest discount I can give is this.
I know how important a good bean is. I would have the best supplier in London if he only had more imagination. So far, you haven't bettered his offer, but at this discount, I would give it serious thought.
Maybe that supplier doesn't want to risk a new process, a drop in quality, and a ruined image? That doesn't sound like a lack of imagination, Baptiste. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm certain I can give you more than he can. Image-wise, too.
You know what? I almost believe you. But you still haven't made me a serious offer, even if you're concerned about quality. I'll give you this, though. You seem smarter than the average supplier. At this discount, I'll sign right here and now.
Not a serious offer? Well, the owner of Planets didn't laugh. I'm signing a deal with them tomorrow. A year ago, they were ahead of the Black Mug in the C&K poll. Now, of course, you weren't here then, but they're still at the top. Maybe I should go back to them.
If you have to ask, we have nothing to talk about. The doors are there.
You really deserved this bonus. I think these are all the connections. I still need to move the investigation further and get more clues. So, what do I have to deal with this week? Good morning, Mr. Chantorp. I'm so sorry I was late. The taxi driver knows Bombay like the back of his hand, but London is still new to him.
Don't worry, Mr. Oliver. Please, sit down. Cigarette?
Well, I was trying to quit, but is that Partagas?
But of course.
Well, I can make an exception for a cigar. It's a fine way to celebrate signing a new contract.
We shall see, Arthur. We shall see. Let's be on first name terms. Sorry, Arthur. This'll only take a moment. Maxie, there you are. Book me a table for 2 at Notre Flamme at 6. You got that? And send Coralie some red roses with a note, missing you, B. The courier should just catch her at work. You got that? With an X at the end. It's a French surname, Moreau. Oh, add to the note that a chauffeur will be there for her at 6. And sort that out, too.
Could I ask about your investigation into the Kerseys?
It's water under the bridge as far as I'm concerned. All you need to know is that if they get angry, they'll even have their former colleagues investigated.
Ah.
No.
Wow. I'm...
No.
You studied...
That's right.
It's interesting your diploma is on display.
You could put it like that. Journalism was...
What happened?
Richard Kersey.
Fair enough, but what...
you're...
Incredible.
But true. But they've underestimated...
Let's get down to business then.
How quaint. But...
Chart Top.
Totally new brand.
Uh-huh.
Well, clearly.
Your figures are dated.
Well, forgive me. It's just...
An addictive aroma.
The best way is through personalization.
Sure, not bad. You mentioned production costs, though. Perhaps I could...
No, I don't think so. Production of the... Shall we go to the cafe?
A good contract for the best...
Next to nothing. And...
A change...
I know how important a good...
Maybe that supplier doesn't want to risk...
You know what? I almost believe you. But you still haven't made me a serious offer.
You know, I wasn't born yesterday, and I can see clearly what that compliment was intended to achieve. Please leave cheap tactics like that to rags like what's new. You'll have the meeting out of your hand. I prefer to be serious. I'm offering this discount.
We have a lot in common, Arthur. That's good. It'll make it easier for us to hunt down the little lambs skipping around us. I'll take this discount and we can begin immediately.
I should sum up what happened after that meeting. To begin with, Chantorp greeted me and offered me a chair. At the same time, he was reserving a table for two and a bouquet of flowers. With the message, "Missing you, B," to Coralie Moreau. The chauffeur would pick her up in the evening. Lucky girl, eh? I was more interested in asking about the diploma on the wall. Baptiste was a journalist. Yes, up until he got too interested in the Kerseys. The next day, he was fired, and Richard personally saw to it that Chantorp never got another job in the profession. Richard liked to do harm. Another of his victims was one Gabrielle Siqueiros, Clarabelle's art teacher. Kersey accused him of destroying a family painting. The man fled overseas in terror. The source of Baptiste's problems with the Kerseys was an article about coffee noir. They didn't want an outsider looking into the story of their famous coffee variety. But they overreacted. Their reaction just made Baptiste even more curious. Me too. We were interrupted by a noise in the next room. One of Kersey's spies? More likely just a common or garden burglar. He managed to get Baptiste's computer. If it isn't protected, Black Mug may have a big problem. Chantorp brought the meeting to a rapid close and ran after the thief. Just in case, I followed at a discreet distance, but he soon gave up the chase and went back home. I waited until he came out and got in using an old police method. I felt as if I had gotten into a treasure that someone had previously robbed in a hurry. Baptiste apparently took some of the paperwork from his journalistic investigation, but there were some scraps left for me. I started reading. Siqueiros really did destroy the painting in the Kersey's house. He was looking for a coat of some kind under the paint, then made a bad job of trying to paint over the damage. Was it true that Siqueiros found a sample of coffee noir inside the frame? Did he drink it? Who knows? He certainly fled the country, to Guyana, but not necessarily fleeing from Richard. Choosing to escape to the same country where Kersey ancestors founded the first family coffee plantation, it couldn't be accidental. But what did Gabrielle exactly want to look for there? I carefully browsed all the documents on the desk. Baptiste was weighing up getting hold of coffee noir and selling it himself. Then again, as a journalist, he wanted to print the dirt he'd dug up. He knew full well that revealing the truth was risky. The article needed to be vague, and it was, but it was still enough to upset the K family. I found one more thing among the papers. A note from Clarabelle. "If you find Gabrielle, please hand over my letter to him. Love, Clary." Clarabelle knew Baptiste. He'd told her he was looking for Gabrielle. Did he find him in Guyana? I need to work out my next step. I need to check the investigation board. Now I need to set the new clues and data on the board. I think these are all the connections. I still need to move the investigation further and get more clues. I think these are all the connections. I still need to move the investigation further and get more clues. Should I move the investigation forward or wait and make some more cash instead? Have I assigned all the tasks properly? Should I move the investigation forward or wait and make some more cash instead? Another report. Hope there's some good news. Should I move the investigation forward or wait and make some more cash instead? So, what do I have to deal with this week? Should I move the investigation forward or wait and make some more cash instead? So, what's going on in this company? Someone place an order. The deal isn't great, but it's a chance for some extra cash. Should I move the investigation forward or wait and make some more cash instead? So, what do I have to deal with this week? You're doing a great job. 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 Should I move the investigation forward or wait and make some more cash instead? Another report. Hope there's some good news. Should I move the investigation forward or wait and make some more cash instead? So, what's going on in this company? Should I move the investigation forward or wait and make some more cash instead? So, what do I have to deal with this week? You're doing a great job. You're doing a great job. Should I move the investigation forward or wait and make some more cash instead? Another report. Hope there's some good news. Should I move the investigation forward or wait and make some more cash instead? Should I move the investigation forward or wait and make some more cash instead? Another report. Hope there's some good news. Should I move the investigation forward or wait and make some more cash instead? Should I move the investigation forward or wait and make some more cash instead? Another blow for the Kerseys. From early morning, the press was alive with stories of the theft from the British Museum. Someone had lifted 2 pieces of the planters, the family triptych. But who? The curator, Harold Cuttermoley, might know. After the theft, he resigned and then vanished. Pity. I wanted to question him, but it'll have to wait. I couldn't sleep that night, so I decided to keep my mind busy. When I got to my office lobby at the end of the corridor, I saw Clarabelle Kersey. She was sitting by the door with lowered head, clutching her purse. She jumped up when she saw me, and I knew that the worst had happened, seeing the expression on her face.
Father is dead,
she said softly, and crying, threw herself into my arms. He'd been tortured and, after he was dead, put on display in front of the casino with a playing card in his mouth. Was it revenge for gambling debts? There was a message written on the card. Every disobedient viper ends this way. I have failed again, this time Kate's daughter, Clarabelle. For obvious reasons, Richard wasn't my favorite, but I'd never wish him such fate. Richard's death, ironically, doesn't mean the end of my investigation. I can't let it go, although the case seems more and more complicated. The viper on the card in Richard's mouth reminded me of the crossed-out photo received from Matilda. I wonder how Amanda Van Haven will explain this coincidence.
Arthur, it's hard to collect my thoughts. I haven't realised what happened yet. I know no one liked Richard, including you. Sure, he had a lot of enemies, but he didn't really deserve such a fate. I know your investigation was to find my brother. We found him dead, but that doesn't close the case. Can you help me see this through to the end? Richard, or even our whole family, must have been involved in something really big. It had to be about more than one of Richard's unpaid debts and unfair business tricks, or his nasty nature. I'm worried about Clarabelle. Years ago her mother died, now her father was murdered, and also her devoted guardian Joseph has disappeared without trace. I'm afraid all this is affecting her health. I noticed she's been acting weird. In one moment she's devastated and emotional, and in another cold and absent. I can't contact her. You can understand it all from what she's been through, but it's better to keep an eye on her. Richard's death is a huge sensation. The police promised to engage more forces in the investigation, and the prosecutor ordered an autopsy, but I don't expect huge revelations from any of these actions. They're just stalling. I'll let you know soon about my brother's funeral date. Henry Kersey.
So, what's going on in this company? This is a good lead, but the information may cost me a lot. Someone place an order. The deal isn't great, but it's a chance for some extra cash. This is a good lead, but the information may cost me a lot. Good morning, Mrs. Van Haven. This is a swell place. I've never been here before.
It is an excellent restaurant. Joseph brought me here for our last anniversary. My lord, I said last.
Joseph will turn up, no fear. What did you order then?
When?
On your anniversary.
What does it matter?
It doesn't. I just thought you could recommend something.
I wanted for you to find my husband. But now, I have my doubts. Are you really a detective?
I am, and I'll prove it. On the other side of the street, a tale is waiting for you. Probably a hack from one of the tabloids.
Really? Perhaps I could sell him an exclusive quote. But first, let's eat. What did you want to ask about?
You're not a fan of the Kerseys, are you?
What a detective you are, Mr. Oliver.
But you were once on good terms, weren't you?
Long ago, my husband and I were naive. That family always looks after its own. Just like Catherine. Richard and her were made for each other.
Did the later absence of relations with the Kerseys make your life better? Did it make you feel better?
Absolutely. Till now. As you can see, they can spit poison even from beyond the grave.
Spit poison? Like vipers?
And how? And they're proud of it. They even have one of the damn snakes in their crest. In the crest! You understand?
Oh, I meant to ask about that too. How did they get that?
Shillard Kersey received a knighthood from the Empire for conquering and robbing Guyana. A genuine Prince Charming.
And yet the Van Havens lived happily ever after, at least till now. The viper, Catherine, is dead, and Richard has bitten the dust. Well, that's convenient, isn't it?
What? Richard's dead?
Your words. The Kerseys do harm from beyond the grave. How did you know he was dead?
Is he really dead?
A playing card was found in his mouth. On it was written, "So end all vipers." It fits strangely well with the way you speak about them, doesn't it? Please, carry on denying it. Tell me it's all a coincidence.
Well, it's true. A playing card. Richard was a terrible gambler. If you're telling me the truth, clearly somebody decided to call in their debts.
And the Van Havens weren't on the list of creditors?
Stop, please. Mr. Oliver, hear me out. You'll get what you came for.
Go on.
I didn't kill Richard or anybody else. I could never hurt anyone. It's true, I can't stand the Kerseys, but they deserved it.
Can't stand is something you say about coffeehouse music. The Kerseys you hate.
Damn it, Mr. Oliver! Okay, I hate them! They killed my child! Do you understand? I lost my child because of them!
Could you explain?
I was pregnant when Catherine called to say we were going to a gallery opening. I felt nauseous and looked terrible. I just wanted to sleep. But the little princess wouldn't let up. She needed me to shine against. And I agreed.
And then?
We never even got there. A car sideswiped us on my side. Kat didn't see it. I want to believe she wasn't primping her hair in the mirror.
It must have been awful. Can you go on?
I remember nothing about the accident. The rest, I'd like to forget. The injuries were serious, Mrs. Van Haven. Too serious. I lost the little one. We never even knew if it was a boy or a girl.
My condolences. And Catherine, did she apologize?
As if. She just kept babbling on that we could have been killed and that our absence from the opening would upset her friends. Selfish. Wouldn't you say?
Mm-hmm.
That's not the end. A few weeks later, she became pregnant. She was the center of attention again. She flagrantly paraded her happiness.
Whose upbringing fell to you following her death?
I avoided it as much as I could for the sake of Clarabelle. It's not her fault, but her mother was a viper.
Thank you for telling me this, Mrs. Van Haven. Let's take a break. Eat something. What would you like?
Yes, let's order.
Forgive me, but you don't look like a meek little lamb.
The food has sharpened your powers of observation.
I'm thinking about you and Catherine. After all that, didn't you want to get your own back?
No, honestly. Do you think I shot her?
Relax. I know you didn't.
That's a relief. My revenge is bloodless.
How?
I don't think it has any bearing on the case. It certainly has nothing to do with Joseph's disappearance.
Forgive me, but I'll be the judge of that. How did you take revenge on Catherine?
Fair enough. So, I destroyed her relationship with Richard.
But how?
Oh, that was too simple. Richard, like all the Kerseys, loved to be admired, adored. He liked to break the rules and forbidden fruit. You follow?
Not really.
Oh dear, Mr. Oliver. He was arrogant, greedy, vain, and a ladies' man.
Ah, you seduced him?
Oh, you're good. No, not me. That would have been too obvious, and I would have hurt Joseph. And anyway, that drunkard disgusted me. But I knew a Swedish girl whom he didn't disgust. Britt Galmakvist. I just had to pull at the right strings, and the two puppets jumped into each other's arms.
That's pretty cynical, but I'm impressed.
I can promise you Catherine wasn't. When she found out, she was so in love with herself. She didn't even see other women as competition, apart from in making bitchy remarks at parties. And then, oh my, her husband makes a fool of her with a plain and boring friend of hers from uni. That must have been a real blow.
Oh, it was... I'm sure it was. So, did you gain satisfaction?
Briefly, in my opinion, that's a bit of a blind alley, though.
And Catherine, did she know that you were behind her husband's affair?
She never said as much, but I think she did. She wasn't stupid, Mr. Oliver. She simply used her brain power to think about herself.
I'm curious about the picture that Richard brought to you after Catherine's death. Why didn't you want to accept it?
Several reasons. First, Richard claimed it was Catherine's will to gift it to Joseph. Such an expensive present from some woman for my husband would be bad enough in itself. But a Kersey family treasure as a present from Catherine, who herself received it as a wedding present? You have to admit, that's strange.
A little odd. Any other reasons?
The picture was definitely connected with Catherine's death. If you ask me, Richard was trying to slyly get rid of the painting to take the heat off. I didn't want him to sort out his affairs at our cost. What if some lowlife broke in on an evening to steal it? Joseph liked to stay up late. I was afraid.
I gathered that. What happened to it?
Joseph gave it back to the family, Henry Kersey. Richard's brother has it. My God.
What's up?
They already know. The card about the viper in Richard's mouth. It's a threat to Henry.
I'd already worked that out.
What is it about the painting that's killed 2 people?
That's what I'm trying to find out before someone else buys it.
You better be quick about it. My poor Joseph.
In your husband's office, I saw your photos from uni. He spoke about them, but he didn't want to talk about Britt. Doesn't he like her?
He doesn't. Joseph was Richard's friend. And to begin with, he liked Catherine, too. But Richard's affair hurt her badly and damaged their relationship. He blamed Britt for that completely. You know what Richard's like. He said, "You know what I think about that?"
Yes, I think so. Your husband never guessed it was your doing?
Mr. Oliver, not every guy is a detective.
Uh-huh. How many people knew about the affair? Did you or Joseph tell anyone else about it?
I certainly didn't. But my husband was angry at Britt and had his weaker moments.
So who did he tell?
I can tell you, but not for free.
I'm all ears.
That paparazzi by the entrance. Get rid of him, now.
Why?
I don't want to sneak out of the back door like a thief. I've done nothing wrong, and I don't want the staff here gossiping. You understand?
I'll deal with it now.
That was quick. You probably offered him some precious sweetener. So, the affair. My husband told McFowle. He's a mutual acquaintance of his, and Richard's a businessman, but I don't know what he's in. I took Joseph to ask about that, telling him never to gossip again.
McFowle. Thanks. That information is the icing on the cake. Speaking of which, what would you say to some dessert?
With pleasure.
I have to admit, you're coping admirably.
I'm trying my best, Mr. Oliver. I have to be prepared for the worst.
I understand, but after all this, I'd like to propose we take a moment to relax. Perhaps over a coffee liqueur?
Thank you. But after all this, I think I'd get all drunk and sad, and I can't let that happen. Goodbye, Mr. Oliver. Please let me know the moment you know anything.
I need to check the investigation board. Now I need to set the new clues and data on the board. That's it. Some great deduction skills, Oliver. The card with the viper in Richard's mouth fitted someone else. I dialed Henry's number and straight out asked him about the painting. He replied that his tenement had been plundered some time ago and the painting was gone for good. I'm not buying that. I kept my cool and advised him to go into hiding for a time. Richard's killer might be hunting for him, too. Then he started.
Maybe it's Brit. That viper ratted on us during the trial. Or Clarabelle. She's a Kersey too. And she's got a viper tattoo. Keep your eye on the women, Oliver. The worst thing that can happen to me is a hand of poker.
He wasn't telling me everything, but I had other leads to follow. That Caceres, for example, who Clarabelle told me about. Why did she ask Baptiste to bring her that letter? Well, the guy was in London now, so it's got to be worth asking, right? I need to check the investigation board. I think that's all I've got for now. Let's see if there are any connections. A new week, a fresh start. Someone place an order. The deal isn't great, but it's a chance for some extra cash. Good morning, Mr. Caceres. Arthur Oliver. Sorry for being late. If the lift was working, I would have been on time.
Why the excuses, Mr. Oliver? Stairs teach humility. And anyway, there are no shortcuts to success. There is no lift.
And what is our goal?
Coffee, isn't it? You want to sell it, I want to buy it. To buy all the coffee remaining on the market. You know which one.
You know what, Caceres? You're an interesting man. I'm beginning to understand where all the gossip about you comes from.
Is there anything new? What have they brought up now? What are they saying about Gaspar?
About Gaspar. They say he's on some sort of secret mission, that he's a strange, dangerous man, but I don't believe it.
And what do you believe in?
Honestly, there's less and less of it with the passing of time.
Aha! Your left eye is larger than the right. They know that too.
Aha, maybe. And your travels? More gossip?
Trips. Which ones do you mean?
The geographical one, not the one in your head.
They're helping. They're helping.
With what?
Finding the treasure. I'll soon locate it. Don't ask what it is! It's different for everyone.
Well, maybe you could recommend some places worth seeing.
Of course! The London sewers are marvelous. So wild. Almost like the jungles in Guyana.
Have you been to Guyana?
I'm not interested in the past. Let's talk about the future. Do you have coffee?
I could be wrong, but I have the impression that you sometimes call yourself Gaspar.
Really? Maybe you should listen harder. What about that coffee? Time flies!
You clearly dislike the deceit and greed of Londoners. I want you to know that in my firm, we have totally different values. Quality and customer satisfaction. That's what our brand is built on.
Lower profits? Better sleep? Oh, careful, Oliver. I might begin to believe you.
Great. Isn't this what you're looking for?
But what is Gaspar looking for?
An idea. Business and cooperation based on ideas. And coffee, of course.
Coffee! Ideas! Ideas for coffee, yes! I've been observing you very closely. You're going to have a heart attack, but not quite yet. Sometime. But for now, I think we can find common ground. You're staring at me. You want to understand the madman, Gaspar, don't you? Many have tried. Unfortunately, Gaspar travels a lot. My thoughts cannot be cornered. And you? Are you always on the move? Or even on the run? Do you like traveling?
Yes, I do. I even like traveling without moving. Sometimes a simple conversation can be as interesting as a trip to an exotic land. But they don't happen too often. All I hear is the constant gabble of salespeople, the same sentences, the same phrases. Sometimes I think, what do they need their brains for?
I've heard you know Britain Baptiste. A cold fish and a chatterbox. Marvelous! What did you try on them? Try it on me. No. Give me more. What does Gaspar want? Spill the beans.
You mentioned something about needing to buy a large quantity of beans. Well, in that case, I can throw in a few extra sacks for free. How many depends on how much you order, so maybe we could get down to signing the contract.
Even more coffee! If everything goes how I want it to, then they'll start treating me seriously. But, who are you really? Really?
You really want to know? And it was getting so interesting. All right, then. I'm a businessman. Sometimes I'm direct, sometimes quite the reverse. Let's start directly. I can give you this discount on my coffee.
All right. They haven't hoodwinked you yet. You're like me, but you still won't get to the goal. As for the discount, it's too low. I want to place a big order. Big. So I want a bigger discount. Everything you've got.
How much does a lot mean? As a junior sales rep, I can only negotiate so far, but I can throw in a free sample of the coffee for you.
Samples! Samples or more coffee! A small portion. Just enough to... Stop. That's too obvious. What matters is the goal, Arthur. But okay, at least you're being upfront with me. That's what separates us from, from the rest. Gaspar doesn't want samples. He needs the night. We need it. The night, the dark, the quiet. Nighttime deliveries. Take it or leave it.
That is an unusual request, but we're not afraid of challenges. Non-standard services come at a cost, though. You pay more for the extraordinary, as I'm sure you know. With nighttime deliveries, the maximum discount I could offer is this.
I have to be cautious, you understand. I have to be one step ahead. A few percent here or there, what's the difference? I agree, but I require greater discretion. My coffee must be hidden inside boxes. That will keep them off the trail. No sex, out of the question.
Beans transported in boxes rot quicker, so you'd have to order more. How would that be? I could make money out of your ignorance, but ruining the beans and base lies are not my style.
Well, isn't this Arthur honest, Gaspar? So, am I supposed to just concede? Nothing of the sort. This discount or bring an end to this farce.
Mr. Caceres, you will not find a more sympathetic business person in the whole of London, but I could be persuaded to make things especially hard for you. This is my final offer.
Okay, I was just testing you. We don't want them to hear us. They'll be keeping an eye on you. But that's not my affair. Coffee. When can I expect the first delivery? I need lots of coffee.
I should sum up what happened after that meeting. So I met up with Cassidy's. He was really agitated. Kept giggling the whole time. He wanted to buy up all the coffee there was. He needed it for his plans. Mystery upon mystery. The guy looked a mess. He looked like he wanted to blurt out all his secrets. So I thought I'd help him with it. I picked up the Kersey family's photo album. Clarabelle. Was anything going on between them? Looks like I was wrong. He didn't want to talk. He was getting ready to go, mumbling some fairy tale under his breath.
Miss H's last painting, and a painter got it. He found coffee in the frame. Magic coffee.
Miss H. Didn't he mean Harold? I asked what...
Mr. H. He was an art restorer. Underneath the top layer of paint, another painting was hidden. And on that, the Kersey secret! The key to knowledge, power, everything!
Caceres called the lift. He kept on muttering.
Alas, Mr. H blabbed. Very bad person. Miss H. Mr. H met her at Lionel Kersey's. Jumped in at the deep end. Didn't know his sweetheart was working for the Yakuza, hunting the Kersey's painting. And the information about the hidden painting delighted her bosses. H was caught in a trap.
End of fairy tale. Caceres was in a hurry. I still didn't know what I needed to. I followed him. More questions. Why did he so clumsily overpaint his discovery on the Kersey's painting?
Me? Have you seen the Kersey's other paintings in the British Museum? They're all fakes! I did them. Was I supposed to destroy the planters with that amateurism? It's a joke.
He seemed like he wanted to run away, but he kept yakking. Who did he tell about the coffee in the frame?
Only Baptiste. And he then used it in his article. Of course, he wasn't stupid. He wrote just enough to piss off Richard, but without showing his hand.
Meaning?
To succeed, you need 3 parts of the genome. But Baptiste will never see it again. Thanks to Coralie, he'll end up just like Mr. H.
Meaning what? But he just cackled madly and slammed the doors. I don't know where he went. But I know where he ought to go. To a psychiatrist. I need to check the investigation board. Now I need to set the new clues and data on the board. So, what do I have to deal with this week? So, what's going on in this company? Good morning, Miss Moreau. The banquet was extraordinary. It was only a pity that we didn't get a chance to speak, but it's not surprising you were very much in demand.
It was a terrible faux pas that I couldn't find time for you then. I do hope I made up for it, though, by mentioning your company behind the scenes. A lot of people were interested. Have you had any fresh inquiries?
Not yet, but if you were brand ambassador for our new coffee, the customers would come pouring in.
You're very nice, Oliver.
It's interesting you chose PR. With such looks, you must be a born salesperson.
Everyone is, Monsieur Oliver. We're all selling all the time, only I'm a little better than most. And you? What are you selling?
You tell me. I'd love to know how Rashid sees possible collaboration with us. We're very flexible.
Oh, too flexible for me. Figures, specifics, interesting ideas. That's the partner we're looking for. And you dump all that on poor Coralie?
Only to then rescue her right away.
So, rob but don't hurt? A gentle thief is still a thief, not a business partner. Not nice, Mr. Oliver.
Rashid is known for its reliability, so I'm sure you'll value an equally reliable supplier. You can see for yourself, our companies dovetail perfectly.
You're right. Lateness is great for a party when we want to make une grande entrée. But in business, never, oui?
What benefits other than its distribution network can Rashid give us?
Oh mon Dieu. And into the top London coffee houses isn't enough? Okay. For a bonus, you can take me for coffee. Not all the time, but it's worth trying, oui? Forgive me for being so enigmatic. A lot of companies pretend to be interested so as to discover our strategy, when in fact we only have one strategy: discipline. We meet our deadlines, and so as our partner, you will do the same, oui?
Thanks to our collaboration with the hypermarkets, we've developed our own strategy and program for automating supplies. Using them can free up 40% of your logistics resources. We'd happily introduce our system in Rashid.
That's a wonderful idea, Monsieur Arthur. It's as if you were reading my mind. Good business demands the appropriate setting, and I don't like to sign contracts on an empty stomach. Shall we order some food?
I should sum up what happened after that meeting. Coralie, sweet as Clarabelle's coffee cake. Moreau treated me to the history of this delight. Clarabelle's cake, like her, used to be very popular. But sales dropped off rapidly, and the media fell silent about the talented baker. Coralie was supposed to have witnessed how a dejected Clarabelle went crazy. That church mouse? It chose a nicer subject. Did supper with Baptiste go well? Yes, they'd been together since he returned from Guyana. Unfortunately, Chantorp had brought back the deranged Gabriel from there. Did she mean Gabriel Cassidy's, Clarabelle's drawing teacher? Yes, apparently Baptiste persuaded him to return. But Coralie reckons that's bollocks. She believes that what made him return was the letter Baptiste brought. The letter from Clarabelle. Did Gabriel really come back for her? Coralie sensed trouble.
We met in a coffee house. Nice girl. He is not the man for her.
A phone call from Coralie's mother interrupted. Her obedient tone surprised me. Her mother must have trained her well. She spoke about her problems with her father, then we parted. At least, that's what she thought. I was on her followed her to the armored doors of an unassuming tenement. She was greeted by an enormous Asian bodyguard. She tried to hand him some papers from Gabriel. He told her she had to report in person. The boss is waiting. Resigned, Moreau went inside. All I could do was wait. I lit a smoke and went up a side street. A rough sleeper smelt the smoke and looked at me imploringly. I gave him my last cigarette and a couple of quid. Bingo. The guy told me the tenement belonged to the Yakuza. Inside, the local mafia boss operated. The mother, they called her. I wrote my phone number down for him on the empty cigarette pack. Having an agent like this in the field could come in handy. I rang Clarabelle. Why had she summoned Gabriel? Was she missing her drawing lessons? And Baptiste? What was his role in all this? What's going on, girl? She tried to cover it all up as just an old friendship, something trivial, nothing to write home about. She'd heard that her friend Coralie's boyfriend was flying to Guyana to see Gabriel. So she'd taken the opportunity to get in touch. That was all. Did she think I was going to fall for that? I need to check the investigation board. Now I need to set the new clues and data on the board. That's it. Some great deduction skills, Oliver. You're doing a great job. I think I didn't set the production properly. I need to plan my actions. So, what do I have to deal with this week? Good morning, Miss Kobayashi. Arthur Oliver.
Hello, Mr. Oliver. Take a seat.
Thanks. As you know, I've come to talk about our coffee. I understand that in Japan they say that quality must cost. Is that so?
There is such a saying.
Yet our coffee, despite its very high quality, will surprise you with its affordability.
I like to be pleasantly surprised. It doesn't happen often.
Let's stay in the world of art, but the art of business. I'm sure you know that my company prides itself on meeting its deadlines and attending to all the details. Just ask our customers.
There aren't many of those yet, are there? Sure, you are effective, but the gadgets you're so proud of simply aren't good enough. They lack class and originality. Apart from reliability, those are also qualities I seek from business partners.
We can be original.
That's the problem, Mr. Oliver. You can at most pretend to be.
I know you're shortly planning to launch a new coffee machine. It's perhaps the most long-awaited product in the market.
How did you know about that? No, don't tell me. It does at least demonstrate your abilities. Yes, there are such plans.
Indeed, your marketing people obviously have a concept for the launch and its promotion.
Of course.
But I have my own. I think it's really pretty good and can make your machine a hit from day one. Could I present my idea to your team?
Perhaps, but do so tactfully. They are highly creative people who may not be ecstatic about using an idea from outside.
I'd happily drop other topics to talk about art, but my boss won't be happy with me if, instead of a contract, I tell him anecdotes about the German expressionist. If we respect time, it rewards us. Well, let's go back to discussing business, and I'm sure we'll have occasion to return to art.
I usually go to museums alone, but I shall happily make an exception. Perhaps we can make a small prelude to our discussion. Seeing as you like Rothko, you should take a look at my living room. Come along. I'll tell you how that little treasure fell into my hands, despite all the museums in England fighting for it. Let's keep it short and clear. Grind needs a change of image. You can be a part of our success. Failure is not an option. We can talk on condition you accept this provision. Free delivery for the period of our collaboration.
So, the contents of the For Suppliers tab on your site is wrong? If I'd known those were your conditions, I wouldn't have come, but let's give it a shot. Instead of free deliveries, I could optimize your logistics and after-sales operations.
Really? That's something to think about. We have some areas here to be improved. However, I expect professionalism. Your company's services are to meet the requirements of future contracts. Is this possible?
Our coffee is specially stored and exposed to precise amounts of sunlight. We monitor it closely. We have just as thoroughly prepared an original logistics supervision program and system. It's made our transports much more efficient.
I don't want to take that responsibility on, Mr. Oliver. If we install that system, the burden will be entirely on your shoulders. I would prefer an innovative marketing campaign along with the successful launch of a new product.
Let's stick to talking about the warehouse for a moment. On top of that, I'll operate as your personal client manager. That way I can look after the whole matter of the logistics for you. What do you say to that?
Okay, on condition that it will be exclusive to Grind. If you're not going to invest in the logistics system, you'll have to give me a bigger discount. A symbolic discount will augur well for the future.
Exclusive access to a specialist is just as costly as investing in technology, Ms. Kobayashi, especially as we care a great deal about training our staff. I'll have to engage another specialist, which means cutting the discount to this.
I can pay more for professionalism. Okay. It's a long time since I heard someone talk about investing in people. It makes a nice change from the pay-ons to technology I always hear from negotiators.
I should sum up what happened after that meeting. A parcel was waiting for me in the office. No info about the sender. That usually suggests the contents will hurt someone, as long as it's not me. I tore at the cardboard. Among the crumpled up newspaper lay a video, labeled Meeting with Mother. This was getting interesting. I snapped open a small beer cough and put the video into the machine. I was secretly hoping the cassette would be more helpful than my last business meeting was. I hit the play button. Tensely, I waited for the film to start. Bingo. Hitomi Kobayashi's office. Hold on. Did he say Coralie to the camera? Okay, so Moreau made the recording. She must have sent it, too. Hitomi had got Harold involved. He was to help with the break-in from the inside. Maybe that way they'd learn something about the lost third canvas. Hitomi gets angry. It's over Baptiste's article on Coffee Noir. Thanks to him, the legend of that coffee was all over the papers again. People are curious. That's bad. Coralie must do something about it. She's not happy, but she backs down, or pretends to. Maybe she wants to record Hitomi giving a clear order. But how? Ah, the camera's in her brooch. That's why the night beam, as she referred to the jewelry when I asked about it, is round. Knockout. She's a knockout. It's going to be a wider operation without Coralie, but she needs to know about it. The firm wants to confuse the Italian mafia and encourage them to steal 2 parts of the Kersey's triptych from the British Museum. It's a strange conversation. Hitomi is giving orders like a stern parent or some sort of general. Her plan is simple and brutal. Coralie is to squeeze out of Baptiste everything he knows about coffee Noir. That's why she seduced him. Refusal would have dire consequences. Nobody knows that they stole the originals long ago, and what's in the museum is a perfect copy. Caceres painted it. The guy has a special talent. After all, Yakuza select the best. Coralie would do well to remember it. Moreau is spying for the Japanese mafia. So, the Gabriel told the truth. The planters in the British Museum are a fake. And Harold, the museum curator, is mixed up in it. This case is getting too tangled. I need to check the investigation board. Now I need to set the new clues and data on the board. That's it. Some great deduction skills, Oliver. That's it. Some great deduction skills, Oliver. No. This won't work. That's it. Some great deduction skills, Oliver. 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 I think these are all the connections. I still need to move the investigation further and get more clues. Should I move the investigation forward or wait and make some more cash instead? Should I move the invest? Have I assigned all the tasks properly? So, what's going on in this company? You really deserved this bonus. You're doing a great job. Should I move the investigation forward? Have I assigned all the tasks properly? So, what's going on in this company? You really deserved this bonus. I think these are all the connections. I still need to move the investigation further and get more clues. Should I move the investigation? I think I didn't set the production properly. I need to plan my actions. Should I move the investigation forward or wait and make some more cash instead? So, what's going on in this company? You really deserved this bonus. You really deserved this bonus. Have I assigned all the tasks properly? Another report. Hope there's some good news. Someone place an order. The deal isn't great, but it's a chance for some extra cash. Should I move the investigation forward or wait and make some more cash instead? Have I assigned all the tasks properly? Another report. Hope there's some good news. Should I move the investigation forward or wait and make some more cash instead? I think these are all the connections. I still need to move the investigation further and get more clues. Have I assigned all the tasks properly? So, what do I have to deal with this week? Someone place an order. The deal isn't great, but it's a chance for some extra cash. Have I assigned all the tasks properly? A new week, a fresh start. You're doing a great job. You really deserved this bonus. Should I move? Have I assigned all the tasks properly? Another report. Hope there's some good news. Should I move? Have I assigned all the tasks properly? So, what's going on in this company? Someone place an order. The deal isn't great, but it's a chance for some extra cash. Should I move the... Have I assigned all the tasks properly? So, what's going on in this company? Should I... Have I assigned all the tasks properly? So, what do I have to deal with this week? Have I assigned all the tasks properly? Another report. Hope someone place an order. The deal isn't great, but it's a chance for some extra cash. Have I assigned all the tasks properly? Another report. Hope there's some good news. You really deserved this bonus. You really deserved this bonus. Should I move the investigation forward? Have I assigned all the tasks properly? A new week, a fresh start. You really deserved this bonus. You're doing a great job. You're doing a great job. Have I assigned all the tasks properly? So, what do I have to deal with this? Someone place an order. The deal isn't great, but it's a chance for some extra cash. Should I move the investigation forward or wait and make some more cash instead? Should I move? I think I didn't set the production properly. I need to plan my actions. My homeless snout called me. Coralie had had an accident. I jumped into a cab and asked him to step on it. Moreau was sprawled in the street. She was curled up oddly and had no coat on, like she'd just popped out for a smoke. She'd been dead for only a few minutes. Who did this to you, babe? Was it a botched mugging? Yakuza? Her blank eyes showed no fear, more disappointment. I could sense it myself. Such a young, vibrant woman. I needed a cigarette, and I knew my snout would too, so I took him back to my office for a chat.
Arthur, the last days are not very bright for us. The police handed over Richard's body to us after many weeks, and the investigation is still ongoing. As far as I know, they have literally nothing. Corrupt, lazy motherfuckers. It's good that you don't work with these bunglers anymore. We're on our own. Richard's funeral will be held at West Norwood Cemetery. You'll soon receive a message regarding a specific time, if you want to be there at all. I think you should, but not exactly to say goodbye to Richard. I've read that the perpetrator of the crime often shows up at his victim's funeral to admire his own work. It's sick. We have to do everything we can to get these scum. We still don't know if Clarabelle and I won't be next. It seems to me that her mental state is deteriorating. She's acting weird. Watch her closely. You gain a reputation as a coffee seller. I believe that if you continue to work undercover, you'll finally come across the trail of the murderer, or murderers. See you, Henry Kersey.
A new week, a fresh start. This is a good lead, but the information may cost me a lot. Now I need to set the new clues and data on the board. This is a good lead. What precisely happened?
That's what I want to know, mate. I thought I was just keeping an eye on your ex-bird, didn't I? Then someone comes flying out the window. It's bloody criminal. I want more dosh.
You'll get it. Now pull yourself together and answer my questions. I'll keep it brief, okay?
All right, okay.
Great. You followed her all day?
Yeah, like you wanted.
Did she behave differently than usual?
Too right she did. She was a bag of nerves in a rush. She kept looking around all the time like she knew.
She didn't. She came here and you followed. What happened then?
Here, she really started snooping about. Worst crook I've ever seen. Nice looker, though.
She wanted to steal something?
You bet. All amateurs go through a malarkey like that before they lift something.
Okay. She went upstairs. And then?
They must have found her. I mean, some bloke did. I reckon they knew each other, 'cause at first they were just yakking.
And after that?
They started having a row and then came out through the balcony. I just managed to get out.
You said came out.
Yeah, she came out, flying out. Came down with a thud. I need a stiff drink.
Did you hear what she was arguing about with the man who discovered her?
Maybe. I got this ringing in my ears. It only goes away when there's money around. You got any change?
Take this. So what were they arguing about?
Some sort of papers, documents. The bird wanted to lift them. That's what did for her.
Anything else? What kind of documents?
You think they stopped and read them to me? You're having a laugh, mate. The whole row lasted less than a minute.
And if you had to describe how she fell, did she slip, or did the guy push her?
Flip, I don't know. I was standing down below trying to earwig as much as I could. I can't see the third floor from here, can I?
Okay. They were arguing. Tussling?
I don't think so. The bird was saying, sorry, and the geezer raised his voice.
Was he angry?
Yeah, but not like when you're so knocked you're going to punch someone. You get me?
Okay. So it was an accident?
I don't know, maybe she was trying to calm him down and he pushed her away. What's the difference? She's dead.
Where's the guy who discovered Coralie?
They dragged him off a moment ago.
Just like that? He didn't try to escape? Resist arrest?
No, I think he was in shock. Flip, I know I would. Kill a smart-looking bird like that.
Thanks. You've been a help. Is that all of it, or is there any more?
Of course I got more.
Which means?
It means it'll cost you more. Otherwise, the cops will find out that before she died, someone was having her followed.
Here you go.
Don't be down, mate. I got more.
What is it?
That old geezer from the museum who was supposed to have it hopped up.
Harold? What about him?
He's back. I saw him today going in and out at Hitomi's place.
Thanks. But you're getting no more tips.
No worries. You can count on me. Thanks, mate, and good luck. You won't see me again.
I need to check the investigation board. Kersey's funeral needed the appropriate setting. The skies over the city were as gray as life without coffee noir would be for those gathered there. The ceremony rapidly turned into the Clarabelle show. Even the guy in the coffin must have heard her sobbing. Everyone else was calm. Almost everyone was there, and I still had plenty of questions. I waited till the end of the ceremony, and then I went looking for answers. Clarabelle's loud sobs mingled with the restless rustle of graveyard tree leaves and the preacher's monotonous voice. I must admit that many would fall for this extremely emotional spectacle. I warned Hendry that his funeral visit was a very dangerous move. As usual, he didn't listen to me. I hope he has at least some sensible plan to slip out quietly from the watchful eyes of all the enemies of the Kersey family. Richard wasn't even the most important person at his own funeral, not when Jordan Alver was standing over his grave. The biggest fish in town. Hello, Mr. Alver. Please forgive me, given the circumstances, but I'm a sales director for Clarabelle Kersey, and I might have an interesting deal for you. Can we meet?
Do you want to sell me Richard's debts?
Not at all. It's a new product.
Very well. We can meet later in my restaurant.
A faithful servant, fully believing in his master's happy return and keeping in impeccable shape to the same end, not giving any signs of a great sorrow. If it weren't for the nervous tick in his right hand. The pastor recited the words of the service in a steady and different voice. The bland character of Richard's last goodbye contrasted surprisingly with his lavish life. It was odd seeing the ice-cool Brit in tears. What was she doing at the funeral? My condolences, Miss Gamelfist. I know you were close.
We could have been, but the wimp preferred his old painting.
How so?
Like this, one of Richard's friends saw us together. He threatened to blab to Catherine and the press, or he could give him the planters. But Richard said no.
So, he just denied it all again?
I have to leave now, Mr. Oliver. Goodbye.
Gabriel was there too. This time he wasn't going to give me the slip. Why did you run away, Cassidy's? I still had questions.
You, the Yakuza, anyone. That's how I am. If I'm bored.
You ran away from the Mafia.
Boring, boring. You see that man over there?
Alver.
Alver. Baptiste warned me about him. Bye.
Out of all the funeral guests, this gentleman was a stranger to me. I wonder what kind of business intimacy he had with Richard. I quizzed McFowle about the Kersey's pyramid scheme. I knew that someone else was involved in the scam. Who?
That's Tom Marvey, standing over there. He loves to tell everyone how he was in debt, but got out of it through hard work. Don't believe him.
Have you heard Van Haven's disappeared?
Of course. A strange and unnerving affair.
I gather you were starting a business together. Something art-related?
I was planning to till he disappeared. Let's hope he reappears soon.
She hates Richard, yet she showed up at his last goodbye? I suspect that it was only to make sure that he was buried for good. Tom Marvey, pointed out by George as an accomplice in the Kersey financial pyramid. I must skillfully check this lead at the earliest opportunity. Kersey's lies had finally gone to the grave with him. Meanwhile, Clarabelle was receiving condolences. Who was she putting the show on for? It wasn't for me. As soon as we were alone, she was much calmer. I offered to take her home, but she said there was something I have to do alone. That something was as fishy as hell, so I tailed her. The fishy scent led me to an empty underground station. What the hell was the elegant Miss Kersey doing here? Someone was waiting for her below. I recognized Marvy and Cassidy's. Gabriel. Now he was speaking clearly and simply. Was he putting it on earlier? He rebuked Clarabelle for not providing the promised coffee. She snarled back that he could get it himself, seeing as he lived in Guyana. The samples from the painting were gone.
It was enough to go to your head, wasn't it?
Marvy cut their bitchiness short. He thought that together they'd get the real coffee noir, and definitely had enough of this nonsense. I quickly hid behind the pillar and watched him leave. We'll be talking soon, Tom. I had to think about how to quiz him, and that was Clarabelle plotting. I already had a feeling that the girl had something on her conscience, but I'm afraid that this conspiracy with Gabriel and Tom is, well, it's not everything. More and more, I get the impression that she brought me to Neo-London not only to find her father. It's possible that Richard's death is the real beginning of my investigation. I need to check the investigation board. Now I need to set the new clues and data on the board. That's it. Some great deduction skills, Oliver. That's it. Some great deduction skills, Oliver. No, this won't work. No, this won't work. That's it. Some great deduction skills, Oliver. No. This won't work. A new week, a fresh start. So, what do I have to deal with this week? Someone place an order. The deal isn't great, but it's a chance for some extra cash. Good morning, Mr. Marvey. Have you heard about the changes in the standards? Colombian beans will be worth half as many points as of next year. Everyone's investing in it today, and I don't think anyone expected such a turnaround in the middle of the harvest.
Welcome, Mr. Arthur. Yes, that's very bad news. What matters, though, is to keep your finger on the pulse, like you, and then react rapidly to the changes. There are situations where only our reflexes can keep us a half a step ahead of the competition. You've managed to do that.
We met at Richard's funeral, if you recall.
Of course, Mr. Oliver. You were the only one not dressed in black.
I didn't know Richard personally. I wanted to support Clarabelle.
That was good of you. Did you know anyone else there?
Only the Kersey women. Most of them were business contacts, weren't they? Though I was a little surprised that one of Clarabelle's old teachers showed up.
Katsaris, yes. A curious individual. He is involved in coffee, but I don't think it's anything serious. The key thing in business are solidity and trustworthiness, Mr. Oliver. Without them, the most you can do is teach drawing or pretend to be a grand heiress.
Mr. Marvey, it's becoming more and more apparent that we could work really well together. With your knowledge about coffee, our beans, and my marketing experience, we can make a killing. What do you think?
No, I don't think so, Mr. Oliver. Forgive me, but I have an allergy to marketing speak. Unless you have something truly extraordinary to offer.
I'm sure of it.
And I don't, and there's the rub. A good product takes care of itself. You mentioned about your beans. Give me a sample and I'll judge whether it's worth my time. I'd like to draw your attention to something interesting here. All the methods of dealing with coffee, all the caution, the patience, and attention to detail I use in my work today, with similar success. What does that tell us? It's worth continuously nurturing the right features and habits. An effective, flexible employee will always be valued, not for their competence. That can change, but for their readiness to resolve new problems.
I'd like to return to the matter of marketing.
To what end?
You see, I totally agree with you about product quality. That should always be the top priority for a producer and supplier. But to totally ignore the potential of good promotion, that I can't understand.
Okay, Mr. Oliver. Your company is well regarded. You care for the quality of your product, so I'll give you a chance. Maybe you will be able to show me the value of marketing, if such a thing exists. Let's focus on the demands of future contracts. That's fundamental to our collaboration. Tiny details have massive implications here. I'll start from the first detail. Where does your coffee come from?
From Brazil, everybody knows it's a mecca for coffee connoisseurs. We've stuck with the same plantation from the get-go. Customers love it, and partners do too.
Brasilica is a highly varied variety. It can be better than Colombian, but that isn't the rule. Investing in that coffee means losing 900 points on the sampler's opinion. That's a lot, but maybe the taste compensates for it. Can I see the grader certificate?
Here you are. This is the certificate and recommendation from the very beginnings of our activity. Now the quality is even higher, and we're still using the same plantation. You're investing in a sure thing.
Congratulations on an impressive start, but an old certificate says little about the current situation of your firm. I presume that you simply don't have any more recent recommendations. Try again once you have them.
I think that's all I've got for now. Let's see if there are any connections. No, this won't work. No, this won't work. No, this won't work. Have I assigned all the tasks properly? Another report. Hope there's some good news. I think that's all I've got for now. Let's see if there are any connections. No, this won't work. No, this won't work. That's it. Some great deduction skills, Oliver. Someone place an order. The deal isn't great, but it's a chance for some extra cash. Good morning, Mr. Mark.
Welcome, Mr.
We met.
Of course, Mr.
I didn't know Rich.
That was
Only the curse.
Cáceres.
Mr. Marvey, it's because.
No, I don't.
I'm sure of it.
And I don't. I'd like to draw. What does that?
I'd like.
To what end?
You see,
Okay, Mr. Let's focus on the.
From Brazil.
Basilica.
The vast majority of the beans are between 16 and 18 millimeter, and so the sampler's preferred size. On collection, I personally sifted through a sample of sacks chosen at random. They passed the test. Basilica 16. I sense you're going to come very well out of this investment.
Let's hope so, Oliver. You dose out of the information nicely, each time, as much as I need. But nobody's perfect, huh? Coffee, too. Where does the coffee lie in terms of full imperfections?
According to the samplers, the beans are too dark. To me, they look normal. There are also occasional branches and small groups of unripe beans, nothing that should especially worry you. The number of full imperfections is 13. That's a normal amount.
Not a terrible result, but it demands some additional conditions. If you show me the certificates confirming 13 full imperfections, I'll risk it. Then, I'll order as much coffee as you can provide.
I'm sure you checked my company's reputation before our meeting. We don't cheat our partners. In place of the certificate, how about adding a free sack of coffee to each order? I think that's a fair and profitable alternative.
Deals like that are acceptable at a bazaar, Mr. Oliver. Futures contracts require more class. No certificate, no contract.
So, someone place an order. The deal isn't great, but it's a chance for some extra cash. Good morning.
Welcome.
We met.
Of course.
I didn't know.
That was
Only the
cut.
Mr. Marvey, it's becoming more.
No.
I'm sure.
And what does...
I'd like to return.
To what end?
You see...
Okay, miss. Let's focus.
From Brazil?
Brasilica.
The vast majority...
Let's hope so, Oliver.
I can guarantee brown, ripe beans with no wrinkling or twigs. Recently, Colombia has been battling torrential rains. That means shipments will contain some slightly moister beans. The sampler scored it 4 full imperfections.
4? That's an astounding result. Let's say I believe in your little diamond, but on my terms. I'll buy as much coffee as you want to sell me, but first, I need to see the sampler certificate showing that you really can deliver a large quantity of this miracle bean.
I'll get it prepared for you. I wouldn't sign a contract without one myself either. The only thing that worries me is being flooded with orders from you. This Colombian will attain high prices even with minor imperfections.
That's true. Colombian always attracts investors. But it's easy to be tempted by promises of quality and overpay for a poor product. I don't want that. How long after the certificate is issued do you need to deliver the coffee to my warehouse?
The coffee only spends 2 months in the stores. We personally oversee every shipment. The product needs the best possible conditions. In the meanwhile, we organize the formalities and begin shipping. The first delivery will be with you in a week.
What do you mean by the best possible conditions? Can you give me the details?
Above all, we protect the beans from natural and artificial light by keeping the stores in darkness. Thanks to that, your coffee retains its taste and aroma as if it had just been picked from the bush.
That's not good. Darkness suits roasted beans. That's not what we're discussing. I'll give you one more chance. In what sacks is it shipped to London?
We pack 60 kilograms of coffee into new jute sacks. I'm a fan of recycling, but used sacks are best used for decoration. They're nice to look at and keep the beans safe from dust and damp.
Okay, I've heard enough. Let's sign the contract.
I should sum up what happened after that meeting. Marvey was very busy, but he agreed to meet. I opened by telling him we'd met before. At Richard's funeral, The wise guy remembered me. I asked him if he'd ever done business with the Kerseys. Tom confirmed he had and inadvertently stressed the involvement of Clarabelle and Gabriel. Marvy let slip an ambiguous allusion to the pair. He had no idea I knew perfectly well what he meant. Clarabelle lied to Gabriel when she brought him back from Guyana. Apart from the stale old samples, she hadn't managed to get any more coffee noir. So Tom had been left in midair. After the negotiations, he offered to show me around the production hall. I happily agreed, sensing an opportunity to ask a few casual questions. Marvy was in his element. I had no idea what it was he was so proud of, but I pretended to be impressed by the equipment. It must have cost a pretty penny. It cost a whole lot more, Arthur. Tom explained how hard it had been to get out of the debts he'd fallen into thanks to the Kerseys' pyramid scheme. He'd got back on his feet thanks to his dedication and hard work. He tactfully didn't reproach me for working for the creators of the pyramid. But I wanted to keep him talking, so I dangled out there that the Kerseys had recovered from the affair, too. They repaid their creditors, didn't they? I was bluffing, but Marvy seemed to buy it. He just retorted that unlike him, they hadn't worked for it. Henry, he reputedly regained his fortune in the casino. At least that was what he told everyone. And Richard, he didn't even bother trying to repay the money. Perhaps that's why we ended up meeting at his funeral. Marvy went back to the tale of his career and vision for the company. But I wasn't listening anymore. I was thinking about the Kerseys. Richard, the wise guy. Henry, the gambler. My poor Catherine. And sweet little Clarabelle, who seems to take after her father. I need to check the investigation board. Now I need to set the new clues and data on the board. A new week, a fresh start. Good morning, Mr. Elver. Arthur Oliver.
Good morning, Mr. Oliver. I don't think I'm familiar with your operations. Are you a new firm?
Yes, and I'm pleased that you will hear about it from me.
Well, I'm listening, Mr. Oliver. I have a couple of minutes.
I know you must be bored with answering this question, but I simply have to ask.
Fine, let's get it over with. The success of disingrediation is down to a very clear mission and its consistent implementation. That and good logistics, that's key to everything. Do you have these ingredients?
In my company, naturally, we operate according to the principles of Kaizen, trying every day to do things better than the day before.
Stop trying, Oliver. Do it.
Is that the recipe for success, a la Elver?
Well, if you must call it that.
I haven't come here empty-handed. I can offer disingrediation new and fresh marketing operations.
Really?
Of course, it's precisely because of our creativity we made our mark in London.
I must have a different map then, Mr. Oliver. I don't see you on it or as my future partner. And anyway, we have our own marketing.
Yes, but
I'm not used to repeating myself.
I'm curious where you get your information about the coffee market.
Where is that question leading to?
To check my sources, your experience and recommendations would be highly valuable to me. And if I get the chance to supply disingrediation, I'd like to be able to work from the same prognoses.
Then let's start by checking yours, Oliver. I'm listening.
Past figures indicate that there's been record rainfall in recent years. It isn't visible yet, but a shortage of sunlight has to eventually affect the quality of beans. That's not a good sign for the market.
Not bad at all. In your place, though, I wouldn't worry about it. There are certain technologies that can solve the problem of rain. We have them.
I can sum up my company's philosophy in a nutshell.
That's enough, Mr. Oliver. It's nice that you have one. Now, show me how effective you are. If I oversaw the logistics operations of disingrediation, they'd work fine. But I can't oversee suppliers from 50 countries around the world. An analysis of our transportation showed that the drivers delivering to the restaurants were responsible for a variety of errors. Lateness and damaged deliveries were only some of them. So you can see it's a complicated matter. I'm not sure this is the right time to talk about it. Maybe we could schedule it for another day. I have a meeting with an important business partner in a moment.
Well then, briefly, we can speed up the certification of the coffee using my team of samplers. They're highly professional, but they can speed up the process when it's required. You can gain an extra day through that.
That's a reasonable solution, but only short term. As soon as we part company, the problem returns. Your proposal is an evasion. I prefer to face problems head on. I build my authority by overcoming them.
In identifying the problem, we need to start from the human factor. That's usually where it lies. I would recommend improving the communications along the supply chain. Perhaps some training for the restaurant managers and drivers. If they understand each other's needs and expectations, they can collaborate better.
Investing in HR is important, but not at this stage, Oliver. We're flooded with customers and don't have enough staff. Training just gives managers more paperwork to complete. We don't want to stretch our resources and generate costs. We need a creative solution.
We can release the crush by introducing happy hours in the places that are having the most problems with deliveries. If, say, Tuesday is the promotions day, then Thursday, the delivery day, could be easier for the managers. I'm sure that way they can take deliveries on time.
Those kind of campaigns don't suit us at all, Oliver. You're still suggesting cosmetic changes instead of a complete rebuild. Do you see? Disingrediation is an empire, and its logistics need to be the same. No weak points. Next idea?
Allow me to finish. I've thought it all through. Our happy hours will be special. The promotion will only cover the most expensive drinks and snacks. In that way, visiting disingrediation on a Tuesday could become a regular habit for Londoners.
Again, not a bad idea, and again, not now. What is your role in business, Oliver? Really, you're just, no offense, a typical marketing type. By all means, submit a CV. We can always use creative types. That's all for today. Goodbye.
I should sum up what happened after that meeting. Jordan Alver met me in his restaurant. The guy was clearly a high roller. Delicious food, richly decorated interior, impeccable waiters. Everything in it screamed, "You can't afford this, Oliver." Out of reach to a simple sales rep like myself. But he did show up at Kersey's funeral. So I plucked up the courage to ask him for a meeting. He agreed. He knew I'd met Marvy.
Did Tom mention the loan?
Alver told me about how he'd lent the Kerseys money, yet Richard had still managed to get himself into debt. I replied that Tom wanted to invest in production of that legendary coffee variety and clear his debts. Alver laughed and called the plan unrealistic. Ruefully, I jabbed my fork into the last piece of that perfectly fried steak. Jordan downed the last of his espresso Merlot, 2010 vintage. Our chat was coming to an end. But I was planning on getting some more info out of him in another way. On my way out, I slipped a bug into his overcoat pocket. If it works, the case might finally pick up momentum. I hot-footed it back to the office. If Alver suspected anything, I had to catch his first conversation after I switched the bug on. Music. Sound of pouring drinks. He was probably sitting at some nightclub. He was talking to someone with an Italian accent. Famous Mortonese mafia. They were talking. They were talking about me. They knew everything. How I defended Catherine. How I went to the States. That acting as a sales rep was my cover. Damn. Jordan started moaning about old Kersey.
Lionel overhyped the whole affair.
Luckily, they managed to persuade him to present the incident as a typical theft, and Catherine's death as an unfortunate accident. It was a pity they'd had to wait so many years for the painting.
Until today.
If only the old man hadn't ballsed up the switch at the port.
It's true that instead of Richard, Kate showed up.
It would have been enough to just wrestle the picture off her. No one needed to die. Up till then, the old man had done a great job. With Britt, for example.
When Richard couldn't be blackmailed by revealing their affair.
The old man persuaded Britt to testify against the Kerseys. That did for them. They were drowning in debt.
Alver helped them settle, knowing that Richard and Henry had no way of repaying. In recompense, he demanded the picture, but instead of Richard getting the letter, Kate was the one who opened and read it. So, it was all a tragic accident. Kate died by accident, sticing up for that loser Richard to the bitter end. I couldn't believe it, and yet I had to. And there was something more. I had to find out who the old man they kept talking about was, fast. I need to check the investigation board. This is a good lead, but the information may cost me a lot. Now I need to set the new clues and data on the board. That's it. Some great deduction skills, Oliver. That's it. Some great deduction skills, Oliver. That's it. Some great deduction skills, Oliver. This is a good lead, but the information may cost me. Good evening, Arthur Oliver. Is that Mr. Cattermole?
No.
Pardon?
Hello? Hello? It's me. I'm busy, very busy. Time and tide.
I'll only take a moment. I have a few questions.
Questions? How can I help?
By telling the truth, Mr. Cattermole.
The truth. Well, I suppose it's about time.
Excellent. I know all about you and Hitomi Kobayashi. I know about your role in the theft of paintings from the British Museum. I've seen the recording of her talking to Coralie Moreau. What exactly is your connection with Hitomi?
It's all in the past. I wish it had never happened.
Let's take it from the beginning. How did you meet?
At a party at Lionel Kersey's, the cream of society, and me. I went to look at the famous The Planters painting. It was hanging in the lounge. Hitomi was already there. We started chatting. She was very well read, elegant, intense, extraordinary. I fell.
You were an item.
I'm afraid so.
In business, too?
No, not entirely. Mr. Oliver, I'd happily erase all those years. All bad. Everything that happened between us. Almost.
Why almost?
Because we had a daughter. A wonderful little girl. Anyway, you've met her. It's Coralie. Well, Coralie, actually. She died because of the ambitions of her mother. And now I must get back to work. My clients are waiting, and I need to earn money. I'm a little behind with the rent.
I can help you there. How much do you need? Did you get a closer look at the planters?
Yes. I oversaw the renovation of 2 of the 3 parts.
When was that?
About 20 years ago.
Did the painting have any characteristic features?
Ah. So, you know.
I want to hear it from you, Cattermole.
Very well. In the corners of both paintings, the paint was applied more thinly. Underneath, I found some fragments of text. Together, they seemed to create a recipe. But the third, central part of the triptych was missing.
You said recipe. Recipe for what?
Growing coffee, Mr. Oliver. The Kersey's coffee. Its genome was hidden in the paintings. If you could recreate it, you'd be able to make coffee noir.
What did you do when you discovered it?
What did I do? I'll tell you what. I committed suicide.
What are you talking about?
I told her. I told Hitomi about the genome. I didn't know she'd tell her mafia bosses all about it. From that moment, I was a dead man. I had to do everything she said.
And so?
Well, for example, she forced me to steal the originals.
What for?
So the Yakuza could analyze the originals for themselves. I was supposed to replace them with copies painted by Casares. So that's what I did. They came out so well nobody noticed.
Uh-huh. Carry on.
Hitomi was obsessed with finding the missing piece. There was nothing she wouldn't stop at to get it. You know that Casares was spying on the Kerseys for her, pretending to teach the little girl? Yes. The charming Hitomi was a real gangster.
Let's say I believe you. I have a few more questions.
But I really have a lot of work to do.
That can wait. I'll pay another month's rent, Mr. Cattermole. Please indulge me.
if you insist.
I'm glad I could be of assistance. Next question. Where were you on the day of the theft from the British Museum?
I was being held captive.
Hitomi. You already told me that.
No, I was being held by the competition.
Wow, you're really good.
You think that's funny?
No, forgive me. Who was Hitomi's competition?
The Italians. It wasn't only the Yakuza who wanted to get their hands on the planters. The painting was also the object of interest of another mafia family, the Mortanese. They were looking for an expert to confirm the authenticity of the painting hanging in the British Museum.
And the museum curator was to hand...
Precisely. Hitomi came up with the idea that I would deal with verifying the works.
As a spy?
Yes, I was to drag out the analysis of the painting, trying to learn something about the Mortanese plans. Me! You understand?
And what did you find out?
That it was a stupid idea. They looked me up and down and threw me in the basement somewhere. God, I was afraid. That woman's ambitions nearly killed me.
So then how...
Did I escape? Hitomi's people. They found me and got me out of there. The Queen got her pawn back. But not for long.
Indeed. I wanted to ask another thing.
Not today, Mr. Oliver. I really must work.
Then I'll buy your professional time. Instead of renovating a painting, questions. The Yakuza found out about it from Hitomi. She learned about the genome from you. But where did the Mortanese get whiff of it?
It's down to the old man. He put them onto it. Deliberately? Maybe.
So they knew about the legend of the coffee. They'd heard it might be true and immediately decided to check it out?
Just so. Any power-mad loon would want the genome of that coffee. The most desired substance, its owner would have absolute power. Just get anyone you needed to addicted.
Sounds reasonable. Who is the old man?
I don't know.
One last question, and I'll let you go.
That's an interesting choice of words. So I'm not your hostage?
Please, forgive me. It's a bad habit left over from my police days.
Okay. Forget about it. What do you want to know?
When the Mortanese held you hostage, did you learn anything?
I saw Richard Kersey get murdered. Unfortunately, I had no idea who fired. One of the bosses, I guess. There were 3 of them.
That's important, thanks. Why was he killed?
For the picture, of course. The Mafia wanted to get their hands on it, and Kersey didn't have it anymore. That pissed them off.
I see. Anything else you remember?
There was another guy in the basement with me. I'm almost certain it was Van Haven. You know, the businessman. The one whose disappearance they were talking about on the TV.
Sure, I know the guy. You talked to him?
We didn't have the opportunity. They shut me up in there and took him out. All I heard was, "We have orders to release you." Maybe they quizzed him about the painting, too.
It's possible.
That's all I can tell you. I have a certain job to do. I need to focus. Goodbye.
Thank you, Mr. Cattermole. I'll leave you to work in peace. Goodbye. I need to check the investigation board. Now I need to set the new clues and data on the board. No, no. This won't work. That's it. Some great deduction skills, Oliver. I think that's all I've got for now. Let's see if there are any connections. So, what's going on in this company? So, what do I have to deal with this week? Someone place an order. The deal isn't great, but it's a chance for some extra cash. Good morning, Mr. Martinez.
Buongiorno, Oliver. Do you know what time it is?
I know, and please forgive me the delay. I was on my way to see you when my boss stopped me with some, important little thing.
A commendable obedience, but you are late to see me one last time. Get your properties right, Oliver.
Of course. I'm sorry again.
Let it be. Let's move on to interesse.
On behalf of our entire crew, thank you for this invitation. Perhaps you know that we're also a family business. The Kersey brothers founded it out of a passion for coffee. It's this passion that I want to share with you today.
You talk nicely about the Kerseys, and I have a sentiment to family business. I started like that myself. This is the reason why I invited you. What exactly can you offer me?
The Kersey family sends their regards. We're very happy that you've become our client. After the head of the house dies, it's not easy to keep this business in check.
Familia is the most important thing, and the loss of its member is a real tragedy. I know something about it. I'll visit the Kerseys at the earliest opportunity, and if I find out about the circumstances of Richard's death, you will also be informed.
It's always good to know who you're doing business with, so I'll briefly introduce our values before the offer, okay?
Shortly, you are welcome.
Together with the Kerseys, we focus on honesty and high quality. They don't always pay off, but thanks to them, we can easily look in the mirror. What brings me to you, mister, working with us means predictability in the best sense of the word.
Bella, bella. A very nice declaration, Oliver. Reality will verify it quickly.
To encourage you to cooperate with my company, I've planned several variants of activity. We have a very creative marketing and proprietary logistics improvement system. So, on the one hand, effective promotion. On the other,
Haven't you been listening to me, Oliver? I expect obedience, and all you can plan is the order of carrying out my commands. We will supply and promote the product ourselves. We have experienza in it, believe me.
let's move on to the product overview.
Brillantemente great. I was waiting for it.
At the beginning, I wanted to suggest a classic, but everyone has the classic. So I propose something bolder and with character, like your company.
Please go on.
It's a whole new type of coffee, practically completely resistant to loss of properties. It can be stored almost endlessly, which significantly reduces costs. We're just testing it, but...
Testing? Do you think I'm running a proving ground? So maybe we can do experimenti on your company, huh?
Sorry, Mr. Mortonese, I understand. Only proven and reliable grain. No unnecessary innovations.
You are catching on, Oliver. Tricks are good in the circus. I am a traditionalista.
Do you need more information about our company before signing the contract?
No, I already have high blood pressure, and I'm still waiting for the conversation with an accountant. I had all the information about your company before this meeting. You've just confirmed them. Let's move on to the contract, per favore. Ciao, welcome to my casa, Mr. Oliver. I'll immediately reveal the purpose of our meeting. I want to buy your company. I would say the price doesn't matter, but I like talking too much. So let's talk.
Do you propose to buy the company to its employee? Here you have to talk to the management, Mr. Mortonese, with the Curseys.
Oh, I thought you were something more. A difficult situazione that you mentioned. I'd be happy to assist. My cousin Oscar is a management specialist. In your company, an external and cool view of such esperto will be very useful.
It's a pretty good idea. Maybe he'll motivate the Curseys to take more initiative. On what terms would I hire your cousin?
Oscar will become a board member and provide me with a real valuation of your company. He'll start on Monday. See?
So soon? Is he currently unemployed? Let's be serious, Mr. Mortonese. This is not a conversation, but a dictation of terms, and I'm not your secretary. Please focus on the details of the offer instead, or I'm leaving.
Then, adieu, Mr. Oliver. And remember, the café cools down quickly. A cold one should be spilled out.
I think that's all I've got for now. Let's see if there are any connections. Another report. Hope there's some good news. Good morning, Mr.
Buongiorno.
Of course.
Let
On behalf.
you talk.
The Cur.
Familia.
It's all.
Shortly.
Together with.
Bell.
My offer takes into account the interests of both parties. We'll provide you with excellent grain, punctual deliveries, and flexible after-sale service. In return, we expect a payment adequate to the quality of our product and services.
Now that's what I'm talking about, Oliver. You protect our profito, and we protect you. Short and to the point. Hold on to it, and you'll go far with us. As for the payment, we'll come back to it later.
From the very beginning, we take the grain from the Merino family plantation. This is a proven source, and we fully trust them. Together, we've developed quality standards that will satisfy the most demanding customers. I hope it'll meet your expectations, too.
Moreno sounds familiar. We'll check them. If they live up to our expectations, I'll welcome you to our familia. Ciao, welcome to my casa, Mr. Oliver.
Should I sell the company? Well, Mr. Mortonese, I'm impressed. I hadn't planned it, but such momentum can make you think.
That's it, Mr. Oliver. You have achieved a certain success, but you lack experience and imagination, a special immaginazione, to operate on a larger scale. I don't want to offend you. I'm just stating the fact. It's time to think about development, about change. They will be very beneficial for you.
Coffee does sell, but that's my merit. Let me tell you that since the tragic case with Richard, Henry and Clarabelle can't keep up with managing business. Believe me, you do not want to buy the company as it is. Can we come back to this conversation in a while?
We can, but what for? Of course, you know that this information reduces the value of your company, but it's nothing. I can make you into milionario anyway. Besides, Kersey was a terrible boss. Do you prefer to wait for the anchor or start a brand new engine?
This is an unfair assessment, Mr. Mortonese. Richard made mistakes, but he was a professional, and it's his expertise that has gotten us this far.
You are so naive, Oliver, stupido. Remember, mister, the people we defend don't always deserve it. And the other way round. Those we suspect of malicious intent could become our allies. Silva, see Mr. Arthur to the exit.
So, what do I have to deal with this week? Good morning, Mr.
Bun.
I know.
Acco.
Of course.
Let it.
On behalf
You.
the curse.
Family.
It's always
Sure.
together.
Bell.
To
Have it.
from the very
Moreno. Ciao, welcome to.
should I coffee?
We can.
Okay, I'll bring it up with Henry. He has the last word. It'll be easier to convince him by showing the coffee contract with your signature. What do you say?
This is possible, but first I'll ask you about contracts with Tom Marvey. He's lost a lot lately. The poor man had to be determined to finally gain something, right?
Mr. Marvey wanted to increase the sales of the network, and he had an idea for it. If you know each other, then you know how difficult it is to change his decision. Fortunately, the profit promise was more important to him than the company's philosophy. Speaking of losses, is it rivaling with Sorote?
You found yourself in the business quickly, Oliver. Van Haven, McFall, Gammelqvist, Marvey, Kobayashi. These are solid contraints. I am especially interested in the latter, Mrs. Kobayashi. It's been a long time since we talked. How well is she?
In business, rather good. Miss Kobayashi is open to news. Of course, this openness has to be bought first, and to be honest, I probably overpaid a bit, because she's a tough one.
Oh no, she's too smart. And Gabriel Cáceres? You met him too, right? He pretends to be crazy, lunatico, but he's the best contractor from the whole London gang. Except for me. As the best one, I only ask for a symbolic coffee discount. This discount will be enough.
Gabriel? He's a piece of work. Seems nuts, but he's really a very smart and honest guy. Getting back to business, I came to you with a certain discount limit, but I like you, and I'll gladly agree to this discount.
A rather modesto gift, but so be it, Oliver. I'll make you a bigger one later from your entire company. Now go to work.
I should sum up what happened after that meeting. I expected that I wouldn't get much out of a typical conversation with Francesco. Luckily, Reeves had done a sterling job as a mole. According to his pals, Francesco was often seen in one of the remaining exclusive coffeeum inhaling clubs in Neo-London. I found the inhaling club easily enough. It had a distinctive mural and bouncers at the entrance. Now all I had to do was to stuff my wallet full of cash and muster up a lot of patience. After a few days wandering around the area, bingo, the mafioso must have been longing for a high. I waited half an hour, and off I went. Half my readies vanished just in getting in. Great. I looked around. Where would Francesco choose? VIP room or the main room, close to the entrance? I asked one of the coffeeum dealers about him. Up the stairs to the top, sir. At the top of the greasy pole. Of course. My wallet was already empty. I gave the dealer a big tip and ordered an extra portion for Francesco. I told the dealer to say it was a present from my company. He was easy to find. He was smoking some kind of scented mix. The whole floor smelled of it. What kind of stink was Morton Nees trying to hide with it? There were bouncers on the door, but Morton Nees spotted me out of the corner of his eye and languidly waved a hand in my direction, so they let me in. I took one last breath of sobriety and stepped over the line of common sense. Francesco had been smoking and was a little high. Good. I sat down, took a drag to be sociable, and let him know that I was running my firm at Clarabelle's behest. Francesco's head cleared momentarily.
That little fox, she played the innocence brilliantly.
In business, Mr. Mortonese?
In that too.
So he knew her. Seeing that, I decided to ask directly. Were you and her an item?
Yes. Though, it was only Interessi to begin with.
Francesco briefly wept Clarabelle.
She reminds me of my mother. Gentle on the outside, but in reality a lioness. A worthy ride.
How did it begin?
From the media buzz about Claribel's cake. I want to take advantage, but it was lacking the key component. The craze soon wore off. Claribel, she dreamed of a comeback. Front pages.
I led him on. Is that why she's meeting Baptiste?
No. That stupido can even handle a laptop, let alone a woman. The great detective. His info about paintings was false. We were just wasting our time.
Paintings? You mean the Kersey's planters?
I mean the copies hanging in the museum. We were only interested in the authentico, the originals. It turned out the center one. Richard had it the whole time. It turned out the center one. Richard had it the whole time. We were supposed to receive the painting for paying off his debt to Alver. And it was a big one, a grande debito, even for a Kersey.
The coffeeum was great. Why was it so long since I last had some? I reminded myself because it was so good, and on top of that, officially speaking, it was illegal and bloody expensive. So the whole time it was about the painting? Did you get it in the end?
Richard is a clown. He turned down our help and lent his friend Van Haven in the deep stuff. They found the painting at his place. Old Joseph is soft. He soon came clean that the painting had gone back to the Familia. Henry had it. We went looking for him, but the bastardo disappeared.
I could feel the coffeeum taking effect more and more. And What about Joseph?
No, he's fine. When she heard about her uncle being kidnapped, Claribel went crazy. We let him go and even gave him a bodyguard. For a woman like that, you do everything.
Mortonese expanded on the topic of his own accord. He was mumbling somewhat incoherently, 'cause we were both high as kites.
Those paintings are trouble. That curator. He was a swindler, too. Waste of time. He was supposed to be helping, but I could tell. I knew this analysis was taking way too long. We let Hitomi play us like bambini. Harold he delay us, cheat us. And then the damn Yakuza try to get him off us. So much dishonor over an old fool. And the paintings were a grande falso.
Francesco finally drifted off. About time. I needed some fresh air. I don't recall how I made it back to the office. The phone was ringing as if through a thick fog. It was Jacob Reeves. Oliver, we've got a right old mess here. Kobayashi and Cattermole are dead. It looks as if Harold shot the little lady, then blew his own head off. Dead? And we'd only just been talking. I started laughing. It must have been the coffeeum. Must have been. How did I let myself get dragged into all this? Wasn't all the pain over Kate enough, so I had to come back to Neo-London for more? Maybe I should ask for the next bullet, but this time the one that hits the bullseye. Damn cursies. I need to check the investigation board. This is a good lead, but the information may cost me a lot. Now I need to set the new clues and data on the board. That's it. Some great deduction skills, Oliver. I think these are all the connections. I still need to move the investigation further and get more clues. This is a good lead, but the information may... Hi, what's the rush? Something up?
Oh, at last you're here. It's Claribel. They've taken her.
What? Who?
I don't know. They rang only a moment ago. I called you right away. I did the right thing, didn't I?
Did they say what they wanted?
The same thing as all those leeches hassling the Kerseys, the bloody painting, all these problems because of that canvas rag.
Yes, of course. You told them it had been stolen, right?
Well, you see, Arthur, it's not that simple.
What does that mean? Get to the point, lad. We have to rescue Clarabelle. Even if she's tangled in this case deeper than she reveals, I don't think we could risk her life by doubting it's a real kidnapping.
Oh, dear.
The auction house? What are we doing here? Don't tell me you're spending company cash on trinkets.
Not at all. I just happened to be passing. A guy pushed me into a phone booth and told me to pick up the receiver. It was horrible.
You've got the painting, haven't you?
No, I haven't. I haven't.
So who does?
I don't know. I don't know.
Hold on. Joseph gave it to you, right? To look after.
Yes, his wife was afraid to keep the planters at home. You know, thieves, blackmailers. My God.
Henry, really?
No, thanks. I'm all right. You know, maybe it doesn't look that way, but I'm pretty tough. Joseph knew. He asked me to be discreet. Nobody was to know the painting was in my hands.
Uh-huh. And you hid it in the tenement, right?
Oh, that tenement. The rats, the lodgers, art thieves. I couldn't live like that.
Okay, Henry. Let's get one thing clear. You're paying me, I know, but if you don't stop BSing me, I'll arrange a night in the cells for you.
Are you mad, Oliver? What for? I'm the victim here.
2 reasons. First, nobody can kidnap you from there. Second, listening to you, I can see a clear case of obstructing an officer and performing his duty. You know how that's going to look in court.
All right then, filthy detective. What do you want to know?
What happened to the painting?
Okay. I had some gambling debts. The cards were against me. And the picture was valuable. I knew Joseph didn't want it back. I mean, what for?
You sold it!
Yes.
When? And to whom?
Just before you came. I don't know the buyer, a mysterious collector. Anyway, it's over, Arthur. I've had enough troubles with that filthy painting.
You're right, it's over. For Catherine, for Richard, Coralie, Hitomi, and Harold. And now it's over for Clarabelle too, eh?
Don't say that. You want me to feel guilty? I already do. I knew Richard wasn't dead. They kidnapped him to get the painting. Yes, I admit it. At first, I might have told you a small lie.
Small? I ran your business while you played cards. I made a fool of myself in front of real business people. You wasted my time and now your niece might die? I should just punch you in the face.
Please, no. I despise violence.
Despise is a good word. We'll come back to that. Now we need to deal with the latest kidnapping. Or is there something else you want to tell me?
Yes, I'm glad you asked. I have an idea how we can help Clarabelle.
Well?
I don't know who has the painting, but we can work out who's going to have it. In a week's time, someone's putting the planters up for auction right there. We can take all the company's profits, buy the painting and rescue Clarabelle.
Coincidence?
Does it matter? It's a chance. Call the kidnappers and ask them to give us a week.
Unbelievable.
What? Thinking that up? No, it's nothing. You'd have thought of it eventually.
No. What's unbelievable is all the crap you told me about the investigation into Catherine. You deliberately dragged me into that quagmire. You put your own family at risk. And now you want to squander all the money I've earned to pay off your own guilt.
You're right. You're right. But, you know, I acted in good faith. I wanted to find Rich. And, well, it's the only way out now, isn't it?
You owe me, Henry. Big time. When it's all over, I want to get everything I earned for you. I don't care where you get it from, the bank or Alver. I get the cash or the whole story goes to the press. In detail. Get it?
Now you're showing your true colours, Arthur. Clarabelle might have believed you, but I didn't. I knew from the start you were only after the cursey cash.
Unlike you, I worked for it.
You're a leech like the rest of them. Do I have a choice?
You had plenty, Henry, and you always made the wrong one. And now we have to go and rescue Clarabelle, unless she's actually in cahoots with the blackmailers.
Give it a rest, Arthur. Don't even joke about it.
I need to check the investigation board. I think these are all the connections. I still need to move the investigation further and get more clues. Have I assigned all the tasks properly? Congratulations. You've just got yourself a raise. I think I didn't set the production properly. I need to plan my actions. So, what do I have to deal with this week?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to welcome you to the auction of this wonderful painting, serving as the middle part of the Planter's Triptych from Kersey's family collection. Without further ado, I present the asking price.
I'm going in for the asking price. Hey, Rees,
Going once.
I'll give more. Not so fast.
We start with high C. Going once.
Now me. I raise the bet.
The amount raised by Mr. Oliver. Going once.
Please forgive me, but I won't let it go that easily. I'm up in the ante. I think we'll finish this show soon.
Then think again.
Artie's man, rough as ever. Let me join you.
Let me think. I'll give more.
Mr. Oliver raises again. The stake goes up.
Let's not prolong this. Ladies and gentlemen, you must understand that I'll come out from here today together with this painting.
I'm starting to like it. I'll give more.
I was expecting a better level of this whole endeavor. I'm joining.
You don't even let me say my part. Going once.
Really, it's like watching monkeys in a circus.
Let me think. So be it.
Things taking an exciting turn, and Mr. Oliver conquers again. Who gives more?
Not so fast.
Ladies and gentlemen, this painting means more to me than you can imagine, so let's not extend it any more.
With all due respect, I cannot imagine that this work does not make it into my personal collection. I'm raising the bet.
Ladies and gentlemen, I must admit that it's getting warm here. Going once. Going twice.
I didn't say the last word.
How long will this go on? So be it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the fight is still going on. Who will beat Mr. Oliver's offer? Going once.
I raise. I do too.
Then me too.
I won't give this piece of art so easily.
This is indeed a misunderstanding, but okay then.
Let's finish it. I raise the bet.
What a waste of time.
Amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, we're already flying very high. Can anyone suggest more?
Better to let it go while it's not too late.
Going once.
I didn't expect this.
Well, it's time for me.
Going twice. I think we're getting close to the final.
And I could have smoked my cigar during this time.
And sold. The painting goes to the Honourable Mr. Oliver. Congratulations to the buyer, and thank you all for participating in the auction of this magnificent work.
Some people don't know when to quit. What a pity.
We'd better go home.
I need to check the investigation board. I think these are all the connections. I still need to move the investigation further and get more clues. I think these are all the connections. I still need to move the investigation further and get more clues. You really deserved this bonus. You're doing a great job. You're doing a great job. You're doing a great job. Should I move the investigation forward or wait and make some more cash instead? Should I move the investigation forward or wait and make some more cash instead? Should I move the investigation? Have I assigned all the tasks properly? So, what do I have to deal with this week? Should I move the investigation forward or wait and make some more? Have I assigned all the tasks properly? Another report. Hope someone place an order. The deal isn't great, but it's a chance for some extra cash. Should I move? I think I forgot about this week's delivery. Another report. Hope there's some good news. Should I move the Have I assigned all the tasks properly? Another report. Hope there's some good news. Have I assigned all the tasks properly? So, what do I have to deal with this week? That's enough for today. Congratulations. You've just got your... Should I move the investigation? Have I assigned all the tasks properly? So, someone place an order. The deal isn't great, but it's a chance for some extra cash. Should I move the investigation forward or wait and make some more cash instead? Should I move the investigation? Have I assigned all the tasks properly? So, what do I have to deal with this week? Congratulations. You've just got yourself a raise. You really deserved this bonus. You're doing a great job. Should I move the investigation forward or wait and... Have I assigned all the tasks properly? So, what do I have to deal with this week? You really deserved this bonus. Have I assigned all the tasks properly? So, what do I have to deal with this week? Should I move the investigation forward or wait and make some more cash instead? Should I move the investigation? Have I assigned all the tasks properly? I think I didn't set the production. I think I forgot about this week's delivery. Another report. Hope there's some good news. I've arrived at the appointed place, abandoned warehouse near the Thames, away from the noise and casual witnesses. I didn't hesitate any longer and walked into the warehouse indicated by the blackmailers. The sight of Francesco Mortanese and Jordan Alver wasn't a big shock for me. What surprised me was the unemotional face of Clarabelle, hidden behind one of the pillars on the other side of the warehouse. Maybe she was just scared.
Hello, Oliver. Maybe you'll finally be of some use.
A third voice emerged from behind.
Can no cursing man take some effort of getting things done, but instead use women or private detectives?
Suddenly I understood. It's George McFowle's voice. It sounded completely different than the one belonging to a nice and talkative businessman. However, I have heard it once more in my life. Then at the docks by the Thames.
Give back the paintings and let's finish this case. We waited long enough for this.
Suddenly, everything happened rapidly. They all aimed at me. There was no more time for any reflections and diplomacy, and they outnumbered me. I had to take a risk. Second shot? I could have sworn he didn't have time to fire his gun. Kat, are you all right? All good?
Yes, Arthur. I've never felt better.
Thank goodness. I was so scared that I would lose you, that one of those bullets would stray toward you.
I was never threatened, Arthur.
What are you talking about? You must be in shock. The most important thing is that you're okay, darling.
I wish my mother could hear the same from you 10 years ago. Poor Arthur. Do you think I'm her? You still don't remember what really happened.
I closed my eyes and quickly opened them again. Then I realized that I was not at the docks by the Thames and I was not talking to you, my beloved Kat. You haven't changed the color of your hair. No one has washed the blood off your face or your jacket. The same eyes were staring at me, but instead of a hint of curiosity and reckless joy which I adored so much, I met a piercing and cold gaze. Your ever-soft lips were now pressed in a gloating evil grin.
You pretend to be tough, and in return for a nice smile and a warm touch, you will do what we want, right? You, Francesco, my dad, Gabriel, Baptiste, even Tom. Mum knew it too. She was manipulating you, Arthur. Until today, you don't even know how and when, do you? Believe me, she wasn't such a saint after all. Father wasn't as bad either, at least to her, but he was a swine to me. He said I wasn't his daughter. Instead, he let Uncle Joseph raise me, a person who loves me like her own child. But they both got what they deserved, and so did I.
I don't understand, Clarabelle. Richard's dead and Joseph nearly died. It was a mafia score, not some twisted karma.
Do you think that such an important matter as getting the Coffee Noir genome would be in the hands of blind fate? Wake up at last.
I closed my eyes again and opened them from painful amazement. I also understood something again. She needed us all. The role of Francesco, her lover, was to make Richard reveal where the last of the triptych paintings was. Richard died because he knew only that he gave the painting to Joseph, and the ever-loyal Joseph wouldn't tell Mafia that he passed it on to Henry under the pressure of his wife Amanda. Finally, Henry lost this precious heirloom due to gambling. Thus, the painting was lost from Clarabelle's sight. We all succumbed to it. Baptiste found Gabriel in Guyana and brought him back to London, who in turn gave her 2 parts of the genome. Tom promised to help with starting the production of legendary coffee Noir. Joseph survived because he raised the Viper, and the Viper showed him mercy. And me? Why did she need me? What about Henry? He was helping you? Is that why he called me?
Ah, Uncle Henry. He wasn't good for anything. All he could do was getting drunk and losing money. Thanks to him, I found out about your fascination with my mother. Father hadn't shared with him any information about the genome, nor the real meaning of the paintings, which is why that old fool lost such a precious treasure.
But why me?
I needed a dog that would grab the bone and won't let it go till the end. A dog that, driven by a desire for revenge and an illusory sense of justice, can be trained. You were perfect.
Why are you telling me this?
Because you did your job, although I have to admit that I doubted your abilities at one moment. Poor Gabriel, who turned out to be a really good actor, had to lead you by the hand like a child in the fog.
And what do you expect from me? Praise?
Work for me, Arthur. I have ambitious plans, and around me there are some vacancies.
Never, Clarabelle. I loved your mother. I was mad with despair when she died. I saw the same angelic good in you as in her. Now I see that I couldn't have been more wrong.
I'm exactly like her, but you still err, Arthur. I don't need you then.
I've recreated this moment in my head many times. The overwhelming certainty that the world is about to end. Everything was going fast. Too fast. As if the future had to be defined in that instant moment. With the noise of gunfire, the screams of approaching enemies, and the ever louder staccato of a running woman's heels. Kate. The closest bastard had hatred painted over his face. At least it seemed so, but in fact everyone who was pointing at me was wearing masks. I shot, several times to be sure. The clatter of the heels suddenly stopped. Kate was lying in a pool of blood, and with each breath becoming shallower. The life had been draining out of her. I heard the sound of a body falling. My body. The coolness of the ground, the blackness before my eyes, just like the day of my greatest crime, lying next to you. As promised, I found your killer cat. Case closed.